for confirmation by way of a thumbs up. And we have it, Mayor. We're clear to begin when you are.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order of February 22nd, 2022. Please stand up for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
which it
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So members of the public, welcome to the regular city council meeting of February 22nd, 2022. I am calling this meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions in the Government Code Section 54953 Subdivision E and the recommendation of the Ventura County Health Officer issued September 21st, 2021 following social distancing recommendations and the determination most recently by the City Council on January 18th, 2022. The public was informed in advance of the meeting how to submit public comments to our city clerk, and all submissions will be read into and is part of the official meeting record. Live participation is accessed through the meeting Zoom link published on the agenda, and we highly encourage and welcome the community's participation. Those attending will have multiple opportunities throughout the meeting to provide public comments. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll call?
Councilmember Gama?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Present.
And Mayor Rollins?
Here.
All present.
At this point in time, we're going to call on our Mayor Pro Tem Martinez to give us the inspiration for the evening.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I'm going to keep it nice and short. For today's inspiration, I'd like to honor all of our past presidents and the people who elected them, because we are a republic and we live in one of the greatest nations of all time, and just want to remind all of us that it hasn't been an easy time in history, but hopefully everything turns out much better, with COVID going away now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Rollins.
Thank you. So at this point, we're the general public comments. We will now hear from any general public comments not pertaining to the agenda, the items on the agenda, including those written comments received by our city clerk. Any comments from those who are participating live with us this evening, we'd like to ask you to use the Zoom raise your hand feature so that we can call on you during the appropriate comment times. This will be the same process for the comments pertaining to each agenda item as well. Staff will unmute your mic and you will have 3 minutes to provide comments. Do we have any public comments tonight?
Sir, I've received no written public comments. However, we do have several members of the public attending tonight. I do see a hand up from Ronald RL. Sorry, sir. I'm not sure that I'm going to try your last name.
Okay. So at this time, I'll call on Ronald Araujo. I messed it up too.
No problem, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ronald Araujo from Oxnard, California. For the record, I'm the Vice Chair of Oxnard's Planning Commission, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Commission. I'm here this evening to thank Councilwoman Misty Perez for agreeing to group up her application with my own and my fellow Planning Commission members, Chair Daniel Chavez Jr. and Catherine Connolly, to SCAG's Housing Policy Leadership Academy, a 10-session training for emerging and established
Your voice went out. Chrissy, his voice went out.
Applications. Can you hear me, Mayor?
You're breaking up a little bit.
I'll repeat my sentence. While our respective applications had to stand on their own for selection into this academy, one of the ways to make our application stand out was to group up with a local applicant and additionally be headed by an elected official. When I asked
Again, you're
kind of
breaking
our
up.
grouped applications, I'll just summarize. I'm looking forward to engaging with Councilwoman Perez and everyone else in the academy on ideas to increase the supply and availability of affordable housing in both Oxnard and Port Hueneme. Thank you kindly for this time. I'll submit my comments in writing. I apologize for the audio. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Well, thank you for coming tonight and making that statement.
Thank you, Ronald.
Do we have any other public comments tonight?
Members of the public, if anybody else would like to provide a public comment, please let us know. This is the time.
Okay, hearing none.
Sir,
Oh, we do have one.
we have Mr. Jacob Marquez with his hand raised.
Okay, where are you on this list? There you are. Okay, hi, Jacob. Okay, so Jacob, you have a 3-minute presentation on that you're going to give us tonight.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello, I would like to give a public comment concerning native plants and why our city should plant more of them as we implement the Parks Master Plan and hazardous tree removal and replacement. I will use my personal work, which started last year and has finished a few months ago, as an example. Next slide. So the goals of the project was to remove castor bean, which is an invasive non-native plant, and thereby restore area with natives to reduce any subsequent erosion and restore a natural habitat in the process. And the third is to continue light weeding with the aid of mulch and have site serve as an example for future native landscaping in our city's parks. And on the left side is a picture of hummingbird sage, which is one of the native plants which I have planted, and of course beneficial to hummingbirds. Next slide. So the area in question was the area behind the Ray D. Pruder Library. It had castor bean, which is a noxious and toxic invasive weed, which spreads by underground rhizomes. The study cut back the plants, but never actually removed them from the roots. And so I worked with Charles Cable of Public Works to get permission to carry out my work. Next slide. So removal and weeding took place. California natives were planted while weed removal continued. Plants were provided for free, donated by the Santa Monica Mountains Foundation's Antonio Sanchez, which is nearby in Thousand Oaks. Next slide. So mulch was provided by the city from tree waste, which is wood chip Christmas trees, because that's what was available at the time. I had setbacks, which were native plant sign for the tree to be removed in order to qualify for a state grant for the financial funds towards the city parks. And the second one was that city workers accidentally cut down all the native plants. But of course, I didn't give up and tried even harder, replanting new natives such as the native milkweed, which is good for monarch butterflies. On the left is a picture of the monarch caterpillar, which was born on the native milkweed I planted. Next slide. So why the city should plant native plants? So California plants are drought tolerant. They've evolved over thousands of years to survive in like where they live here in California. They're attractive, very colorful, ecologically beneficial. They actually help the environment rather than harm it. And it gives a sense of place in community. So for example, if you go to Thousand Oaks, there's oaks. If you go to Oxnard, there's California sycamores and oaks, or Ventura oaks, or in Ojai oaks, or even like in Santa Paula oaks and sycamores. Everywhere has a sense of place. And for some reason, our city of Hueneme just has hazardous and dangerous coral trees and water wasting eucalyptus. So it would be a good idea to plant natives to give us a sense of place and say, here is Hueneme. And they're also culturally important because lots of them are important to Hispanic communities. For example, in the upper left-hand corner is a plant called yerba mansa, which has very important medicinal roots, which are good for respiratory problems. And also lots of native plants have important places in Chumash, local Chumash history, such as in the bottom left corner, a plant known as juncus, which was used to make colored baskets. And also another good thing we could do would be to plant or dedicate native trees, such as coast live oaks, to city council members and mayors. So that way everyone wins, we dedicate and remember past mayors and city council members, and also plant native plants. That is all, thank you.
Thank you, Jacob, for the report, and thank you for your efforts in this area. I think they're well thought of at this point. And I'm happy that our young people are thinking about that as we move forward. Are there any other public comments?
Mayor Rollins, I got an email earlier from Daisy regarding Blue Heron. I think she submitted a comment to Christy Buckskemper before 5 p.m. Can we check on that?
Okay.
I don't see her in the gallery, but I'm pretty sure she submitted.
I did not receive, that was an email that was sent to the general council distribution, but it was not submitted as a public comment, nor did she indicate that that was to be read as a public comment. So I did not receive that at all.
Okay.
So it can't be presented at this point in time.
Well, I could read it, I guess, because I don't see her on here, if that's okay. I think she may have miscommunicated it. She submitted it to me as opposed to the city clerk.
So what are the procedures on that? What is the protocol on that, Mr. City Attorney? Or
Mayor Rollins, there is no protocol on that, but given AB 361 was designed and written to enhance public comments, I would recommend that Councilmember Gama read the public comment into the record.
Very good. Councilman Gama, please read the comment.
Thank you. It says, to whom it may concern, my name is Daisy Valdivia, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce myself and the Blue Heron Project. I am an educator from Oxnard, California, with 15 years of experience working in public education. I hold a master's in education from the University of Southern California. In addition, I have over 15 years of experience participating in and organizing various workshops, courses, and productions in visual and performing arts. I founded, co-directed a community arts-based organization, Alma Rose, from 2017 to 2019, which served transitional age youth of Oxnard and Port Hueneme. Currently, I'm serving on the board of directors for the Creative Freedom Family, a 501c3 arts-based organization in Oxnard, California. Recently, I stepped out of my role as a full-time classroom teacher to start an educational program which seeks to integrate two of my greatest passions, environmental and arts education. I am working with Anna Hanley to house the project at the Orvine Carpenter Community Center. The program start date is set for March 29th, 2020, and will run from 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. The program session will run throughout the year in 8-week-long sessions and will serve 12 students at a time, ages 8 to 11. My long-term goals with the project are to continue to offer the program for years to come, expand the age range and capacity of students, as well as invite community experts in the areas of art and environmental education to receive and provide mentorship opportunities. I am currently working toward forming a partnership with California State University Channel Islands to offer mentorship opportunities for art and environmental studies students. The mentorship would serve to help university students engage with the community and to learn to work with students, while the participants of Blue Heron Project would have the mentorship from older students in order to enhance their learning experience. It is my hope to garner your support and advocacy to ensure the program's success. In addition, I am looking for opportunities to raise and receive funding to ensure the growth and scope of for our youth, which will benefit greatly from this learning that will take place. I will need prompt communication with city staff, support with community outreach to attain registrants, partnership with the Hueneme Elementary School District, funding to purchase essential materials, program expenses, supporting with establishing partnerships in businesses, organizations, schools, and college, university. I don't know, how am I doing on time?
I don't have a, how is she doing?
Okay, Blue Heron Project will provide students an opportunity to engage with the local environment in the region of Bubbling Springs, Port Hueneme Beach, and the Ormond Beach wetlands. Blue Heron Project is an educational program which seeks to integrate the arts and environmental stewardships.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, do we have any other public comments? Madam Clerk.
I don't see any other hands up. And I do not have any other additional public comments.
Okay, so help me out on this one, Christy. We're going to approve the agenda. Are we going to approve the amended agenda too as one piece, or do we?
There was no change. There was no change to the actual agenda items, so you can just approve the agenda as a whole. The addendum just notated a couple grammatical and clerical errors,
Okay.
so you can just approve it as normal.
Okay, so may I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
So move.
Again,
Madam Clerk, can you take roll call vote?
I believe I got that first motion from Councilmember Perez and the second motion from Councilmember Gama. So
First one was Council Member Hernandez.
Oh, my apologies.
No problem.
I didn't hear you, ma'am.
It's okay.
And was the second one in fact from Councilman Gama?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay. Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we'll now move to the presentation segment of our meeting. Number first, we're happy to have here the District Attorney for the Family Justice Center, or we're gonna have an update on the District Attorney Family Justice Center by our District Attorney, Mr. Nazarenko.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, members of the Port Hueneme City Council, City Manager Connors, and our deep partner, Chief Andrew Salinas. A pleasure to be before you this evening to give you an update on the Family Justice Center and our proposed expansion of a satellite in the nearby city of Oxnard. Joining me this evening will be Chief Deputy Mike Jump. Many of you know Mike already. He oversees our victim outreach and our victim services, and he is also integral in expanding the Family Justice Center to the communities of Oxnard and Port Hueneme. Next slide, please. This is somewhat of a sobering and chilling statistic to start with, but I like to begin here because it gives a global context to the devastating pervasiveness of sexual violence, particularly towards women. This is from the World Health Organization. It was a study of 161 countries, including ours, that was taken in 2021. And as it says here on the screen, 1 in 3 women will be a victim of domestic or sexual violence at some point in their lifetime. When I talk about an additional slide, you will see that 83%, that is 83% of the victims that were assisted at our Family Justice Center were indeed female. Next slide, please. So we've talked a little bit about the global context of violence towards women, and I want to talk about a local one now. What are we seeing with respect to domestic violence cases here in Ventura County? Now, when we use the word or phrase rather domestic violence, that is a wide spectrum of offenses, everything from violations of restraining order to intimate partner battery, all the way up to aggravated assault, carjacking, and in some instances, murder. From 2018 to 2021, you're seeing more than 3,000 cases submitted to the Ventura County DA's office in the area of domestic violence. You'll see a particular note, the highest number of those cases was submitted in 2020. And I point this out because we refer to this as the shadow pandemic, meaning when the stay-at-home orders were in effect and when people were at home, that created greater togetherness, frankly, with their abusers. Hence, you saw for 2020, the largest number of DV cases submitted to our office. Next slide, please. So obviously, violence has a profound ripple on society, on families, on the criminal justice system. It has tremendous public health, re-victimization, as well as criminality contexts. And here to talk a little bit more about the public health and criminality and re-victimization context is Chief Deputy Mike Jump.
Thank you, DA Nazarenko. If you can hit the next slide, please. When you talk about domestic violence, in particular family violence, what you're talking about is a crime that impacts future generations. And we've heard this term of the generational domestic violence and victimization. And in fact, if you hit the next slide, there is a study, a famous study called the ACEs study by a Dr. Vincent J. Felitti, 1998, that's been adopted by the Centers for Disease Control and has resulted in a number of offshoot studies. And that's a very simple study. It boils down to 10 questions that he was able to ask this group of 17,000 participants in this study. And those 10 questions revolve around experiences that children had that were negative. Question would be, did you suffer from child physical abuse? Were you a child sexual abuse victim? Did you witness domestic violence between your parents in the home? Is somebody else in the home, were they sentenced to prison? 10 questions along those lines. And each time a person answers, yes, I had those things in my childhood, they get a point. And if you answer 5 or more of those points with a yes, you are 3,600% more likely to become an IV drug user as an adult. Your life expectancy is 20 years less than the average person with a score of 0. You're 700% more likely to be an alcoholic as an adult. You're 1,200% more likely to be a sexual assault victim as an adult. And all of these correlations came out of this ACEs study. And so, next slide, please. We also know from other studies out there that girls who are abused as children are 62% more likely to be abused as adults. And why is that? This is this generational or ripple effect that DA Nazarenko spoke about, because it becomes normative for a young girl to think the world is about victimization, that it's okay to be victimized, because that's the experience they had as children. Next slide, please. 76% of children who grow up in homes with domestic violence end up becoming perpetrators of domestic violence as adults. And DA Nazarenko can tell you from his experience as a sexual assault prosecutor and domestic violence prosecutor that it wasn't uncommon to see the same last names coming through the courthouse, where their whole family cycles of abuse occurring. And again, it's normative. If you grow up seeing that you solve your problems with violence, that becomes your worldview about how to solve problems. Next slide, please. Now, abuse or neglect of a child increases their likelihood of arrest as a juvenile by 59%, and of arrest for a violent crime as an adult by 30%. C.S. Wisdom is a famous investigator in this area of generational cycles of violence. Next slide, please. And at this point, now that I pointed out all of the impacts from family violence and sexual violence, I'd like to hand it back over to DA Nasarenko.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Jubb. So how do we address these consequences? How do we seek to break the intergenerational nature of domestic violence and familial violence in general? Well, the concept emerged in the early 2000s of family justice centers. These are one-stop shops with wraparound services that are centrally located in counties as well as cities. The first one, in fact, grew out of the city of San Diego in 2002, out of their city attorney's office. And the concept here is to co-locate different nonprofit and government services in one location: law enforcement, probation, mental health, pro bono legal services. Also to go ahead and put social service providers and children welfare providers all in the same location to give victims support, intervention, and help. And why is that so important in this context? Because we want to break the cycle of violence, prevent future crime, as well as hold those who commit crimes accountable. Next slide, please. So the Family Justice Center, to bring you up to speed in 2022, ours opened in 2019. We purchased it in the summer of 2021. Right now, it is directly across from the Ventura County Medical Center, obviously the main trauma facility here in the county of Ventura. Statewide, if the Family Justice Center in Oxnard takes root, which I believe it will be the state's 25th. There are 17 Family Justice Centers, there are 17 counties in California that possess and have Family Justice Centers. Next slide, please. Here, just a sampling of some of the services they provide. Emergency assistance. When someone is discharged from Ventura County Medical Center and they need help, they can go across the street to the Family Justice Center and receive a temporary cell phone. They can receive a credit card to help purchase food. They can go ahead and get basic hygiene and toiletry items. If they need assistance in terms of seeking reimbursement for medical expenses and hospital bills, they can begin that task at the Family Justice Center. Perhaps they want to begin or initiate marital dissolution. They have a child custody dispute. They can avail themselves of a pro bono attorney who also works out of the Family Justice Center. And also housing, so important. How do we go ahead and break the cycle of abuse? We try to make sure that they don't return to the home or location of the abuser. They can receive motel vouchers, referrals to other locations where there are short-term domestic violence shelters. And I'm very pleased to announce that this summer, we will be opening up a domestic violence shelter at this location. It will have up to 14 beds. It will accommodate children as well as adults and will include and accommodate pets. Next slide, please. So what are we seeing for your communities, specifically the communities of Port Hueneme and Oxnard? In all of 2021, 832 victims received services from the Family Justice Center. That's the main one here in Ventura. Now, to unpack that for you and your audience, as well as for council, 91 of those victims came from the city of Port Hueneme, 741 from the city of Oxnard. The vast majority sought a restraining order, 81%. And as I mentioned at the outset of this presentation, almost 83% identified as female. This is very common in other cities. The vast majority of those who are seeking services from our Family Justice Center are indeed female. 74% Hispanic, Latinx, 15% Anglo, and the remaining 11% identified as Asian, Black, or other. Next slide, please. So how does the new proposed Oxnard satellite benefit your community, Port Hueneme? Because at the conclusion of my remarks, Port Hueneme City Council, I would like to request your help, your assistance as we expand the Family Justice Center to the city of Oxnard. Next slide. Well, one, it promotes equity. It brings services closer to our victims. It will focus those services on outreach to communities that have historically been underserved or not represented. And in many ways, next slide, please, it will help to overcome and break down barriers. The concept here is to have linguistic specific individuals who will be able to communicate with individuals who have Mixteca or indigenous backgrounds, who are culturally competent in speaking to and addressing their needs, who also understand that in many instances, individuals are coming from countries of origin where there is profound mistrust in prosecutors and in law enforcement. So we want to overcome that mistrust and let them know that we're there to help and assist and to go ahead and make sure that perpetrators are brought to justice and victims receive the services and support they need. Also, one of the barriers that we often encounter is transportation. How do we go ahead and get access to those who can't simply go to the city of Ventura or need a center that is closer to home? That is another benefit of the Family Justice Center concept for the city of Oxnard. Next slide, please. And obviously, this will stimulate the local economy. This is not simply a one-time undertaking. We anticipate this will be revolving or over a number of years. We will have partnerships with local community nonprofits like Lideres Campesinas and MyCop and the Farm Worker Resource Program. And we will bring in bilingual staff on site who will help to provide services, but also provide jobs and provide support to our victims. Next slide, please. And also it will provide local infrastructure. It is in the communities of Port Hueneme and Oxnard, and it will assist our law enforcement partners. It will assist the men and women of the Port Hueneme Police Department and those underneath Chief Salinas to have a resource that is closer to where the crimes may or were alleged to have occurred. Rather than have to go to the Family Justice Center in Ventura, they would be able to reach out and benefit from Family Justice Center in Oxnard. It's the notion of making sure that law enforcement and the wraparound services are as close to the victims as possible. Next slide, please. So how did this all start? I want to begin here with the original seed funding, and you see Chief Salinas there next to Oxnard Police Chief Jason Benitez. In February, almost a year to the day, Assemblywoman Jackie Irwin and I had a conversation, and she asked, how can I assist you, District Attorney Nasarenko, as you begin this new job? I said, how can you help get me funding for victims in underserved communities, principally Oxnard? She was able to secure $1 million in the governor's budget, which we now have for ongoing funding for some of the costs I'm going to share with you shortly. So this was the original seed money, $1 million in the governor's budget, which we have to help fund and staff the Oxnard Family Justice Center. Next slide. And this is something that I'm delighted to share with you. We are looking at potentially the city of Oxnard as early as next month, recommending to the city council up to $2 million to help assist, fund, and support the Family Justice Center. In my conversation with county officials, they intend to match that, also up to $2 million. So here we are with a $1 million project, and it is going to be transformed, we believe, into $5 million. And this is really a boost, obviously, to local jobs, to the economy, but ultimately to victims and to help achieve justice. Next slide, please. So I mentioned a little bit about the partnership with law enforcement, and that's really integral to this undertaking. Before I began my presentation, Chief Benitez was able to appear virtually, and I know Chief Salinas is with us as I make this presentation. But one of the key collaborations, one of the key partnerships is in using the Family Justice Center in Oxnard for local law enforcement. What does that look like? Specifically, the Oxnard Police Department is contemplating using the Family Justice Center in Oxnard for their family protection unit. Why is that so important? Because, as I mentioned before, they will no longer have to travel to Ventura, but also family justice centers are also law enforcement engines. And what I mean by that is they provide victims with forensic interview rooms in areas where they feel welcome. It's not so much a cold, sterile government building, but rather it's a room with stuffed animals, with paintings. We want victims, particularly children, to feel like they are recognized and not to be intimidated. And also, it would be the location for our sexual assault nurse examiners who would perform some of these very sensitive, very delicate examinations, again, closer to where the crime occurred. And I want to just give your attention to the first bullet, and that is that the city of Oxnard would own the building. The current proposal contemplates the city of Oxnard doing so. The district attorney's office would operate and run it, but obviously pursuant to premises agreements with the city of Oxnard. And I want to just flag, obviously, that this could be a potential partnership with Chief Salinas and the men and women of the Port Hueneme Police Department. We'd very much welcome that, where they could have their sex crimes and DV detectives also using this location for the forensic interviews, having victims go directly to what we call a SANE nurse, or that sexual assault nurse examiner, and also to use this area as a resource that's closer to them, closer to the city, and obviously, again, closer to where the alleged crimes had occurred. Next slide, please. So I want to give you a rough budget. This is very rough, and I realize there's a lot of content on this PowerPoint slide, and I don't mean to overwhelm you, but just looking ahead, we anticipate that the bulk of the $5 million will be spent in the first year. We have a site that we have identified in downtown Oxnard. Obviously, we would need to use the money that we have received to help secure that site, actually acquire it. It would also entail significant repurposing or refurbishing. And then we would go ahead and start looking at operating expenses. So just to give you sort of a quick thumbnail sketch of some of our operating expenses, obviously at the top, you're going to see the money I just mentioned, the 4.2 for the building and the rehabilitation of it, 5,000 for utilities. We will also supply funds to Ventura County Legal Aid for that purpose that I mentioned earlier: marital dissolution, custody, guardianship, family law matters. We will also help to support MyCop and Ladarius Campesinas for a restraining order clinic, the bulk of what our family justice centers do. And then the DA's office will supply a victim advocate. That would be its own expense, not an additional one. We will have an expense for equipment, computers, just the infrastructure of that Family Justice Center. And then lastly, it's worth pointing out that last dollar amount on your screen, the $25,000. We want to make sure that we're doing this right. And in order to make sure that's happening, we want to subject ourselves to evaluation and assessment. Cal Lutheran has assessed the Family Justice Centers in the past, and we would ask them once again to do so here as soon as the Family Justice Center in Oxnard takes root. So you'll see the 4.5 for year one. It goes down dramatically for year two because we would no longer carry or have to fund the rehabilitation and acquisition cost. And also, I want to point out that you as council members, I was one myself, you're always thinking, okay, one-time expenses versus ongoing ones. It's worth noting that we anticipate ongoing money from Sacramento to help fund family justice centers, including ours. So every year there are competitive cycles and appropriations made for family justice centers. We would take advantage of that to help fund the ongoing personnel or operating costs in years 2 and thereafter. Next slide, please. I'm going to go ahead and turn this last portion over to Mike Jump. And Mike, why don't you go ahead, and since we've talked a little bit about challenges, let's end with hope.
Thank you, Dean Azarenko. This is a program that is very near and dear to my heart. We started this as a DA's office program 7 years ago. And essentially Camp Hope is a camp, next slide, please. It's an overnight camp in which we take a group of basically victims that we have encountered in our caseloads at the DA's office from all over the county. And these are kids who have seen a lot. Their average ACE score is a 5. And I'm not going to go into some of the things that they've had to deal with, but what we wanted to do is to take this group and apply some interventions now while they're still kids so that we can mitigate some of those future ACEs correlations and risks. And so it's a wonderful camp. This past year, it was held at Camp Wassawagon near Big Bear. We've got in this photo, some of our volunteers, some of our adult staff, and some of our counselors. We were very lucky this year to have two actual physicians that participated and were present at the camp. And I'll just tell you something really wonderful and organic that happened. One of the mornings as we were walking the kids to the chow hall, they noticed Dr. Fong on the left there doing yoga as her morning sort of mindfulness. And the kids were very fascinated by this. And so we decided, let's go with this. And Dr. Fong was gracious enough to actually start a little mini yoga session every day for the kids that they just absolutely enjoy. And those are the kinds of things that are magic that happen at camp. Next slide, please. This is the largest group we've had. We had 32 campers this year, 2 groups of campers, actually 27 campers. We had 2 groups of campers. They're broken down into groups 7 through 11 and ages 12 to 17 because they just have different needs. And you can see the ratio of adult staff and counselors who are all basically college, counselors are all basically college kids, 18 to 24-year-olds. And they become kind of big brothers and sisters. We had 10 campers from Oxnard, one counselor from Port Hueneme, and 3 counselors from Oxnard. Next slide. Just to give you a taste of what camp is like, we have these kids very active, very busy, doing outdoor activities all day long. And the mantra that we have every day is that campers should believe in themselves, they should believe in others, and they should believe in their dreams. And after you see these kids come back from time to time, you see the young man standing up on the paddleboard there, has been in the program for 5 years. And it's just absolutely amazing to see the growth of that young man grow from a very, very shy kid to now a very confident young man who wants to give back, who wants to come back as a counselor. Next slide, please. Again, the activities are not necessarily all stuff that you and I would do. They're challenges by choice. The kids get to push their own limits, and we encourage that. We encourage them to try to test themselves to the extent that they're comfortable with it. And I'm proud to say that everybody in the adult or the older kids group actually did this ropes course, which was absolutely terrifying, and came out of it with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. And next slide, please. And you know, to include things like a climbing wall. In between all of these activities, there's a curriculum in which we talk about what we call hope heroes with the kids on a daily basis. Each day there's a new hope hero. It may be Dr. Martin Luther King one day, and we talk about the obstacles and challenges that he overcame and the hope that he had in his life to achieve those things. Next slide, please. And every day at camp ends with a discussion about what hope is in their own lives. And so we ask the kids, you know, what are your dreams? What do you hope? And you hear everything from, you know, I want to be a veterinarian to whatever it is. And we talk about what it takes to get there, that hope is more than just a wish. Hope is a goal, it's a plan, and it's actually taking steps to get there. And it's just absolutely amazing to see the kids really embrace that and understand it. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'll hand it back over to DA Nazarenko.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Jump. I want to conclude by thanking you. You have been a partner of the Family Justice Center. I want to thank Chief Salinas, the Port Hueneme Police Department, and all of you for continuing to serve our crime victims and to break this cycle that is so destructive to our communities. In terms of the satellite location, as I mentioned before, we have a site that we're highly interested in, so as not to compromise the ongoing real estate negotiations. I'm not including the exact location, but things are progressing very well. We anticipate this item, as I mentioned, going to the Oxnard City Council next month, and then thereafter to the County of Ventura. So the funding is coming in, and as soon as that arrives, we intend to go ahead and hopefully make this acquisition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nazarenko, for that kind of uplifting report. You know, I think it brings in a lot of hope to a lot of people. I'll save my comments till the end, but first I'd like to have Councilman Gama.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very well appreciated. I think I recall in our VCOG meeting that Cal Lutheran presented their domestic violence study. And I think, unfortunately, the city of Port Hueneme was #1 in per capita DV cases. So this is very well intended. I just want to say that I'm really proud of our city because we have spent a lot of time focusing on the youth of our community. In fact, just this last week, we helped the nonprofit Real Guppies open their learning center in property which is owned by the county, I believe, on the corner of Victoria and Channel Islands. And one of the concepts there was DSB, don't stop believing. And so I really appreciate what you have to say there. And you know, I'm a risk management professional, and in our process of risk management, the first step is to identify the problem and come up with alternatives. One of the things that concerns me is that spending $4 million on a building when perhaps we could lease or use, for example, we have open space in the city of Port Hueneme. I'm pretty sure the city of Oxnard has open space. So maybe we could consider getting the flow of services by utilizing existing buildings that we own. That's just a lot. I mean, it looks like above 90% of the money is going to be spent on a building. So I would just throw that out there as for consideration. I think it's super important to get services flowing to those that need it. Also, in my capacity as the CEO with the company called Brain Injury Homes Incorporated, we work closely with the Brain Injury Center of Ventura County. And one of the things that they would do is they worked with the hospitals to be notified when there was a traumatic brain injury. So they would send people into the hospital to try and engage that traumatic brain injured person to consider the services of the Ventura County Brain Injury Center. So I would just like to throw that out as another idea, is to have outreach, because I believe part of the biggest problem is getting people to show up, and perhaps that could be in the mix as consideration. And I think mental health services, I think all of us, the county, the cities, state government, I think we all know that services are lagging, and we need to get more effective services, and we need to make them available to victims of crime. And I'm particularly astonished by that 3,600% more likely to be involved with drugs if you've been. So that just tells us what we already know. We need to provide more services to the youth of our community, particularly South Oxnard and Hueneme. We're the lowest economic area in the county, and I'm super excited that we're thinking about these. And I also believe our city contributed some money to this from our ARP funds, I believe, wasn't it? 200,000 perhaps, I'm not sure, but I hope my memory is correct. So I really love what you're doing, and I'd just like to hope that we could consider other ideas and try and get the most services flowing to the people in need. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter. It's just wonderful, wonderful concept.
Thank you, Councilmember Gama. I appreciate that.
Councilman Perez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask about the numbers. You said that there are approximately 3,000 cases of domestic violence, but only a small percentage that actually seeks out the Justice Center. Do you have information as to really why that is and how we can increase that number?
Well, the figure that I gave you for the number, Councilwoman Perez, of DV cases was countywide. So, you know, that 3,000 is East County, West County. It's the entire Ventura County. The figure that I gave you for access to the Family Justice Center of Ventura was specific only to the communities of Oxnard and Port Hueneme, so significantly smaller. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we're seeing about 2,000 victims per year access and seek services from the Family Justice Center countywide.
That is correct, and we suspect that the difference between the 3,000 and the 2,000 is really caused by a lot of the obstacles that you discussed earlier in the presentation. And so we really feel strongly that by having a Family Justice Center located in Oxnard, we're going to be able to better serve a lot of folks who just never make it to Ventura.
Thank you. And my second question is, tell me a scenario if Hueneme would partner. What would that look like? What would our access be, our police officers' access be?
Sure, great question. Well, we would want you to be part of that premises agreement, Councilwoman, that I mentioned before, between the DA's office, the Oxnard Police Department and City, and yours. And what I'm contemplating in terms of access and resources is that the Port Hueneme Police Department would have access on a 24-hour basis to this facility. It would be their home for domestic violence, elder abuse, physical and sexual abuse, human trafficking cases. So that means interview rooms, that means having officer and detective bays, that means having a daily presence at this satellite facility, not just for the Oxnard Police Department, but also for Port Hueneme's. You know, so rather than having to go 25 minutes to the city of Ventura, we're talking about 5 minutes to the Oxnard Family Justice Center facility. So if they have a victim, for example, Councilwoman, and that victim is in the patrol car, they can take them directly to this facility. They may be able to be seen by a sexual assault nurse examiner. Forensic interview arrangements would be made. So the whole idea is we want to make sure that they're getting that service right away. We don't want time to interfere. We want to make sure that we get them support right away and it's nearby.
I expect that more details on a potential partnership, what that looks like, will be forthcoming, or a further discussion from the city of Oxnard?
Yeah, I mean, I've already had conversations with the city manager, very good ones, as well as with the chief of police. Chief Salinas and I have had conversations as well. So this is really kind of the concept, if you will, and I'm hoping you're embracing it. I hope it's something that you're interested in. And if it is, I would await further direction from the city manager or the mayor to go ahead and have more detailed, extensive discussions about that premises agreement and what the partnership looks like.
Thank you.
Councilperson Hernandez. Councilperson Hernandez.
I heard you. Thank you, Mayor. It just my photo slipped just as I was trying to unmute. So, but thank you. And thank you, DA Nasarenko and Assistant DA Mr. Jump. I really appreciate the presentation. The numbers are shocking and very sad. But I see that the DA's office is addressing a very important problem, particular to our community and that of Oxnard's, along with our law enforcement agencies. And, you know, we were discussing the role of the Family Justice Center during our ARPA discussion, and we didn't know much about it. And this presentation has really helped clarify the important services that this center will be delivering. My question is, what is the staffing going to look like? I saw that you had in the the first year, $25,000 set aside for staffing, and then $100,000 the next year. And I'm wondering if that's really going to be enough. I understand that in-kind staffing will be coming from other agencies, but will you be providing 24/7 service? And if so, what additional staffing and operational needs are going to be needed besides what you've presented to us?
Yeah, great question, Councilwoman. Mike, you want to go ahead and take it?
Absolutely, thank you. So the smaller amount, the $25,000 the first year, reflects occupancy in the building only for a quarter of that year, because we're going to be doing a lot of physical construction and renovation. And in the second year, really the core group are our local nonprofit partners, such as MyCop, such as Líderes Campesinas. And there are others that are coming on board. The Ventura County Farm Worker Resource Program, they don't necessarily need additional resources. They have in kind that they're going to be able to contribute. Ventura County Legal Aid is also going to be part of this project. And so they're going to have somebody there 8 to 5 every day. And then there's our own district attorney staff that will be there, that will be bilingual. We'll have multiple victim advocates and a site coordinator that will manage the day-to-day operations of the facility. In terms of whether it's a 24/7 operation, it is in some senses, but not for everything. So for example, if there is a sexual assault, that is a 24/7 hour response at the Family Justice Center. Not just law enforcement, but victim advocates also respond, whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the morning. For the normal 8 to 5, that's where the domestic violence cases typically are going to fall. We just don't simply have the staffing to keep the place open 24/7. We can do responses when need be, but typically right now those responses are limited to sexual assault or child sexual assault as well.
Okay, thank you so much again for being here tonight, and I look forward to hearing more and supporting your efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Martinez, did you want to say anything or no?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just want to thank District Attorney Eric Nasarenko and Assistant DA Mike Jump. I think this is a really great idea. It reminds me of what we're doing in our schools. Not all campuses have them right now, but we're having something called wellness centers where students can go to a safe space and get food if they're hungry, or water, and most importantly, talk to professionals like counselors and get help. So I think this is a really good idea. I think we still probably have a couple questions on what it's really going to look like, but overall, I think this is great, and I'm really happy that you guys gave us this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll just piggyback on some of the other comments that people had made. First of all, offhand, how does Ventura compare to other counties in this situation regarding assaults and things like that? Are we above, below, or kind of at the average compared to various different counties in California?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mike.
I don't have the numbers offhand. I can tell you that reports as tracked by the state AG's office show that Ventura County has a higher than average per capita calls to law enforcement regarding domestic violence. And there could be a lot of reasons for that. It may be that in Ventura County, our residents trust law enforcement more. And so those calls are going at a higher rate. There really isn't a very clear-cut answer as to why that is.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by your comprehensive approach by dealing all various different aspects and the things that families have to deal with when these things happen. I know for many people that I've known that have been in that situation, they feel almost hopeless. Like, no, what are they going to do? And it's so overwhelming. And the fact that you can go one place, you're able to address the various different needs firsthand, I think will make them feel, it makes them feel more assured. I had one question. What in your plan, you bring in somebody and you provide them shelter, away from a bad situation. How long are they going to be able to stay there before, they have to go back into the same pit that they came in from?
Well, right now, Mayor, and thank you for your questions, the emergency domestic violence shelter that we expect will open this summer will be for stays of 1 to 15 days. So it is indeed short-term in nature, but during that 1, 2, 3, 4, or 2 weeks, we anticipate connecting the victim to longer-term domestic violence shelter and housing. In particular, the Coalition for Family Harmony will have an integral role in doing so. They are going to help administer this domestic violence shelter. And I also just want to acknowledge the Ventura County Community Foundation. What we have right now are essentially old medical offices, and they are being converted into units. And the Community Foundation is actually going to establish what are known as tiny homes or tiny cabins. They're going to put them on this site. It will be secure. It will have a security guard, in fact. And the whole concept here is for that period of time, they can get the restraining order. They can cooperate, frankly, with law enforcement and the investigative process because they're in a safe location, and also to get them longer term shelter and housing if it's available in the county.
Thank you. And finally, I'm really excited about, how you're going to deal with the kids with the day camp program. My experience from years back, I was recreation and parks, and I was a recreation leader for just those types of programs for kids who are low income that come from tough situations. And it can be a life-changing experience. They look at the world as only the sphere that they are in and day out. And when they can see a different world, it's amazing what kids can do from that point. So great aspect to the program.
Wholeheartedly agree. Thank you.
So without any more questions, thank you for attending and giving a very comprehensive presentation. I'm excited to see that move forward. I know I'm just speaking for myself, but I get the sense that the entire council is very much in favor of moving towards this endeavor and serving the city of Port Hueneme.
Thank you very much for your consideration and for your time this evening, and always a pleasure to be in front of you.
Thank you. So, bye-bye. As we move on to number 2, we're going to have a report by Mr. Kinney on the EPS and plastic presentation. Well, I see the title page anyway.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted, but now what was my name again? Before we leave the title page, I just wanted to share with you a little factoid that I learned in the course of my work. And that is, you look at the title and it's expandable polystyrene, and that just sounds sort of pretentious and like we're trying to make big words here. Why don't we just call it styrofoam? You know, when you look at coffee cups and food containers and all that we all call that styrofoam. So why don't we call it what we know it to be? Actually, the fact is those items are not styrofoam at all. Styrofoam is a completely different product, which is used in the construction industry. It's trademarked by Dow Chemical, and it comes in the form of sheets that are applied to housing construction for insulation. It is made from a process called extruded polystyrene, and that's the distinction between that and the things that we think of as styrofoam, but really aren't, because they're expanded polystyrene. So enough on the technicals, but just so you know why we're not talking about styrofoam tonight, and why the discussion is focused on expandable polystyrene, or we'll call it EPS. So onward, please. To recall the steps prior to tonight, you received a presentation back in July from the Surfrider Foundation. I believe it was Julie Marcial and Joan Thorpe who were here, who kind of lit this whole candle for your consideration. I also want to acknowledge them for their help to me in pointing me toward information sources while I was doing the work in preparing this report. They're very helpful. From that presentation in July, in which they had a model ordinance that Surfriders had prepared that dealt with restrictions on the use and dissemination of EPS products. Then it went to a discussion in September in which Kevin Spaulding gave his comments on the model ordinance that the Surfriders had put before you. And he had recommendations on points that he thought should, and in a couple of cases should not be included in a Port Hueneme ordinance if you chose to go forward. And at that point, you decided that one of your real concerns was cost impacts and other impacts on the businesses in Port Hueneme, who would be the ones most directly affected if a ban on these products were to take effect. So that's when I came into the picture, and I've been putting together the information that I'll share with you now. Next slide. Just to look quickly at what's going on both at the state level, and then we'll talk about the county as well. There are three significant steps emanating from Sacramento, dealing with this whole issue of EPS products and whether they should be regulated or banned. There was one law passed this past fall, which had to do more with how recyclable products can be labeled. It's sort of a truth in labeling law, because several items where you see that little logo of the arrow going around in a circle that signifies recycling, that's often applied to products that really cannot be recycled effectively at all. And so this law was intended to tighten up on those sort of marketing abuses. There's another law that was also passed, which takes effect in July. And this actually has to do with restricting the access to single-use plastic items. And it's often referred to as skip the stuff, because that means when you're, when you go to a fast food restaurant and take an order, you're just bombarded with handfuls of plastic forks or plastic utensils and straws and all the little mustards and hot sauces and all that. The servers just pick up handfuls of those things and throw them in the bag for you. And inevitably, we never use all of that stuff. So a very easy way to cut down on littering from it, and also to cut down on expenses from the restaurant side, is simply not to pass that stuff out so freely as has been done in the past. So the skip the stuff law says that restaurants will not offer those single-use items unless the customer specifically requests them. But otherwise, all those things just stay behind the counter. So that will take effect in July. And then in November, there is an approved ballot measure statewide, which among several other points, the one most germane to our discussion is that it would ban all EPS use by food vendors. In other words, restaurants, food trucks, all the various types of food vendors would simply not be able to offer food products packaged in EPS in any form. That's very close to what we're talking about in this surefire model ordinance. So it's germane to the discussion, and it may take effect irrespective of what we decide to do here locally, depending upon the outcome of the ballot vote in November. Interestingly, I found that of the statewide organizations that you might expect or might think would be weighing in on these kinds of items, haven't yet, and I haven't seen any signs, at least from their websites, that they're active in it. League of Cities, the California Chamber, even the Restaurant Association, there's no activity apparent from those organizations kind of mobilizing for lobbying as the ballot measure comes close. To me, that's a little telling, actually, that if the Restaurant Association is not already organizing itself to put up a fight for that ban on EPS products in November, then maybe that suggests they're not that troubled or bothered by the prospect of it passing. So I thought that was good to know. Next slide, please. So on the local level, here in Ventura County, EPS products have been banned in county facilities since 2014. That's the county facilities like cafeterias and county buildings and things like that. Not broader than that in the unincorporated areas. The city of Ojai has put a full ban in effect. The leader, as you might expect, since 2014. Ventura introduced a ban which went into effect last July. It bans the products from food vendors distributing them. It does provide for a 1-year hardship exemption if certain circumstances are met, and a restaurant owner or other kind of business can demonstrate the reason for an immediate hardship, and then they're given a year to kind of ease into transition. Same thing is true in Camarillo and Thousand Oaks, where they have both cities have passed similar bans, which actually just took effect 2 months ago in January. Our neighbor, City of Oxnard, is in the process of putting something together. I'm told at the staff level, there will be something that will make its way to their city council sometime later this year. Next slide. Okay. So just in trying to check very locally, within Port Hueneme itself, trying to assess what impacts would come about on our local businesses, and there it's, you always think it's primarily going to be the restaurants. We put out an invitation in December to all the businesses through our comprehensive business license email list, in which we were prepared to put together a workshop, a Zoom workshop, just to go through what the points might be if a ban were to be voted on by the council, and how that would affect businesses and how they might cope with those changes. We received very little interest. I mean, to the point that there was no point in holding the workshop. Actually, the only specific responses that I got on that were from businesses saying that they didn't need the workshop because they didn't anticipate any impacts on their business. But I'm guessing those were not restaurateurs. But actually, this lack of excitement, if you will, is pretty consistent with what I'd learned about from Ventura, Camarillo, and Thousand Oaks in the course of their run-up to their city council votes on the EPS bans. They made their own outreach efforts in their business community and really got a pretty mild response, either no interest, period, or sort of acceptance that, yeah, this is something that we know it's going to come sooner or later, and it just seemed to be not too bothersome to those businesses. That's been their experience up till now. The Camarillo and Thousand Oaks guys say they've gotten just a couple of applications for hardship exemptions since the ban's gone into effect. But that's it. So now just getting right to the heart of it, cost differentials that restaurants would have to face and cope with in a conversion from their current EPS products into paper or plastic. These were some items that are sort of representative of across the board uses in restaurants and how those prices would be affected. I got this list from, referred to it through Surf Riders to the city of Ventura, which had done some very specific research using, at the suggestion of their restaurateurs, using these representative products, and then going to a very commonly used web-based restaurant supply house and getting costs from that source. I use that same list of items, but their work was done in 2020, so I updated it to current prices as of this year. And you can see what we found. There's a broad range of impacts, some good, some not so good, just depending upon what the product is and how you choose to deal with its replacement. paper is going to be less expensive than the EPS products that are in use now. And then you see that, I mean, cold cups is a little bit more. The bowl and a lid is even a little more. And then the clamshell is way more, double the cost of EPS. So what I got out of these figures is that there is no hard and fast expectation of a cost change to any given restaurant. It's going to depend entirely upon what kind of products they use now and what kind of products that they are inclined to switch over to. That's going to determine what the overall cost impact is to them. So we can expect a range, as opposed to it's certain to increase or it's certain to decrease. Nothing is certain. It's going to really depend upon the individual owner's own choices. Next slide. So there are a couple of organizations that are trying to offer help to businesses in this conversion period of time. The first is called the California Green Business Network. And there's the website for it. They offer help in becoming a, quote, certified green business. Now, this involves more than just the food product conversion. They really deal with the entire business profile and offer help in reducing energy costs and helping with wastewater treatment options and reducing solid waste and all the multitude of ways in which a business can become more sustainable. They're interested in all of that. And they offer assistance to small businesses in sort of going down that path. If a business does that and does get certified through their criteria, then there's a $500 rebate available to help with those costs of conversion. Another one is plastic-free restaurants. This is actually a 501c3 that does private fundraising. And as a result of that, they have a pool of funds that they offer to restaurants for subsidies as the conversion takes place. And as you can see, they offer up to the full amount for the first 6 months of the conversion, and then it drops for the next 6 months, and then a little more after that. But 100% subsidy for 6 months, that could be, very welcome by a small restaurateur. There are fine print conditions that the organization imposes. They try and spread their wings into other areas of good practices. So, for example, the crayon collection means if you want to receive their subsidies and all the rest, if you put out crayons for kids to use on the placemats in your restaurant, then you have to agree to ship the crayon stubs when you're no longer wanting to put the crayons on the table because they're too short. You can't throw them away. You've got to ship them all up to the plastic-free restaurants people, and then they distribute them to other areas. So those are, that's just one example of the kind of other programs they participate in. But if you can deal with those little things, then there is actual financial assistance available. Next slide. So as a wrap up, just the impression that I got from all of this is that it's possible to adopt an ordinance which would accomplish what the surf riders had proposed to you should be accomplished in Port Hueneme, to ban the sale of these EPS products that are so harmful to the environment and create such waste and unsightly remains out on the beach and other areas. It's possible to do that in a way which can really minimize the negative impacts on our businesses, even the restaurants who would be the most directly affected. And these are some of the things to think about doing. And these are, this isn't made up whole cloth. These are what the other cities in the county have experimented with as well and are finding good results from. First, to delay the implementation after the adoption by at least 6 months, and you can pick your own number, but just something that's adequate to give businesses time to deplete their on-hand inventories, which are not compliant with the new ban. And that's probably a very important one, because nobody wants to get cold with, next week having to change their whole inventory. Secondly, something that we can do proactively from the city is to outreach to the businesses during this period for really educational purposes. Best practices, good supply sources, make sure that they're aware of these state organizations that I just described to you. We could do some work in publicizing for the restaurant's benefit the fact that Port Hueneme's restaurants are working hard to come into compliance with sort of state-of-the-art non-use of EPS products, which could be a marketing plus for them, and we could help with that. And then lastly, make a provision for a 1-year hardship exemption. And by the time the ordinance would be written, we would have fleshed that out with some details on what qualifies for hardship, et cetera. But with those items in place, let's certainly get the feeling that businesses would be able to handle the changeover of products. And, I think actually they might welcome the fact that we're doing it first at a local level, because we're going to make sure that we offer just the items right here on the screen. Because the sense really is, with 128 cities in California already having adopted ordinances like this in some fashion, and with the state legislature on the move, as I discussed earlier, the sense truly is that this is not a question of if, it's a question of when the move away from EPS products in food service will happen in California. So we have an opportunity maybe to customize it at the local level and hopefully treat our businesses a little more kindly in doing so, make everyone feel better about their environmental stewardship. So with that, I will stand for your questions.
You're muted. Mayor Rollins, you're muted.
Councilperson Perez, I saw your name up first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kinney, for the presentation. My first question is to you, because we had talked about this before. I know you sent out emails asking for a roundtable discussion and didn't get much hit. Did you actually go out and speak to some of our businesses, our restaurant businesses related to this to find out their concerns?
Yes, I did to let's say a handful of restaurants, and you know, it's kind of the experience that I related to you from the other cities, that there's a concern that it's something new, but I heard that there was kind of an awareness and an acceptance that this is something that's coming down the road almost inevitably. And I think the concern was that the city would be willing to work with them and not be heavy-handed in the transition.
Well, I mean, I'll differ with you there because we're a charter city and we have the authority over our own municipal laws. So whether or not this comes is up to us. But my reaction from the business community is that they're concerned because it's going to be a significant increase in their costs. And so that's why I asked you whether you actually spoke to some of the restaurant owners, because I did, and they were actually really stressed out and concerned about it coming. And on top of all that, right at COVID, when some of them are still trying to get back into business and recover from COVID and are having trouble still doing that, and we're talking about adding on a new expense to them, it just kind of seems bad timing at the moment to introduce something new cost-wise. And oh, great, my internet connection. Am I still here?
You are.
Yes.
Your voice is
Sorry,
delayed, but
my
you're there.
internet's going wanky. But it just seems unfair at the moment to be talking about adding a new expense to them right now when many are still struggling to recover. But thank you.
Understood.
Councilperson Gama.
Councilwoman Hernandez had her hand up first, so I'll let her go first.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Councilman Gama. Thank you, Mr. Kenny, for your presentation. I was awaiting this presentation because I know that you know, we've been working really hard to prevent plastics and styrofoam and other kinds of pollutants from entering our waterways and our beaches. And you know, Councilman Gama knows best, you know, how much of this ends up out on in our waterways and on our beaches, because he's out there cleaning every Saturday. I had the opportunity today to participate in the launch of the county's Watershed Protection District's campaign on Every Litter Matters. And I was really pleased to be next to cities who have adopted these ordinances already. And I was pleased to be able to tell the audience and tell the media that we are considering adopting this ordinance. The damage that EPS does to our environment, to our wildlife, to ocean life is very critical. And if we don't do something now, it's going to be too late. So I really encourage, you know, I like the idea of providing these provisions that you introduced to us. I think that that will lessen any hardship on businesses that there might be. And there's also those opportunities for program support from those other agencies that you mentioned. So, you know, yes, I'm concerned about our businesses being impacted, especially when since they've just been through a lot of deliveries and to-go orders through COVID. That's what they're used to handling. But I think if we give them enough lead time to deplete their current supply and then purchase a newer supply that doesn't involve EPS, I'm hoping that they would be fine. But I think you've done your due diligence, and I hope that we move forward on this. Thank you.
Councilperson Gama.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kenny, for spending probably an enormous amount of time. This is a difficult area. What I can tell you from our 5.5 years of Saturday beach cleanups is that when we first started, we would find plastic say like a milk container that had been out there for quite some time, and we'd go to pick it up and it would break into all these little pieces, but it takes a year of UV light to break it down. And so what we've learned is by doing a little bit each week in regards to plastic, we don't have those breakdowns occurring. However, with the styrofoam, it breaks down immediately. As soon as it runs through the system and hits a twig or a seagull gets a hold of it, it's breaking down. And then by the time it makes it to the waterway, it is in little pieces. In fact, this past Saturday, we found a silver dollar size piece of EPS that had 6 barnacles growing on it. So we put a picture of it on my Facebook thing. But again, that illustrates the extent of the problem, is that, even the littlest piece can become a part of the wildlife ecosystem. And it's really, really, it's really impactful. And then the amount of little pieces that we're finding on the beach are enormous. I mean, you could spend sometimes a whole hour in a very little area just picking up little pieces of styrofoam. Your eye becomes trained for it. And so I understand the hardship, but there never is a good time to implement change. And currently the COVID situation resulted in a boom in to-go orders. So we've seen a explosion of the use of EPS because it is the cheapest. And so now we're pulling more from the environment. And then, so what I would hope that, I think it's inevitable. I think we got to go in this direction. Plastic is just as bad, but at least we have a window to collect the irresponsible litterers pieces of plastic before it disintegrates into little pieces. But with the EPS, we don't have that window. And I think if we move forward with this, that we should have like a 3-pronged approach. I think we need to really, really go after the people littering. And I don't know who it is, but all of us have seen it. We see fast food debris thrown on the street. And I go to fast food. I admit today I had 2 high caloric tacos from Jack in the Box. And I said, I'll just want 2 hot sauces. They gave me 8. And that, those are the type of things that if we could change, would probably help. And one thing I noticed is that, did I see that a hot paper cup is less expensive than the EPS? Is that true? Is that, and then I think you showed a cold plastic cup, but anyways, could cardboard be revolutionary in terms of beginning to be more usable for storage of hot food and stuff like that? Because clearly plastic is very expensive, very effective, but so maybe as we move forward, we could think about developing other techniques, try to address the problem in 3 ways. Littering's a problem, containing trash is a problem, and then moving towards paper as opposed to plastic is also a problem, because I don't know how effective it is in holding hot food. And so it looks like there's a lot more research that we need to do, but and then the other thing is, engagement, business engagement. How do we, if we can't get people to show up to meetings to discuss this, how are we going to get them on board with passionately participating in this as it's good for the environment? Do you have any suggestions in how would we get compliance?
Well, I suspect that if the communication from the city goes to the businesses that says the city council has now adopted a new law in the city that is going to require a change in your product mix over the next X number of months, and we can help you understand what your options are and direct you toward some financial assistance possibly. It seems to me that would stir a lot more interest than this last round, which was very much sort of in the abstract, because there was no action being taken at the time.
Okay. Councilperson Martinez, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask Councilmember Misty Perez, who and what businesses did she talk to?
The restaurants in the Mandalay Bay Shopping Center.
Okay. And was it like all of them, or I'm just curious, was it because you said all the businesses you talked to, so I just want to know how many.
Yes, it was Chinese House, Cancun. It was all the restaurants, and then the next shopping center over.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's a good amount.
I spoke to at least 8 restaurants.
Yeah, that's a good amount. Thank you. I'm sure it is going to be an expense to them, but they can always pass the costs to the customers. And it's just because, I mean, it's cheaper, but to what expense? You know, is to the planet's expense, to our beach, to our health. You know, so I'm definitely an advocate for this ban, and I don't have any questions. I would like to see the necessary steps for us to get to the next step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is a great way to move forward. I look at it that the expenses right now are not a whole lot more in, like, well, I'll see 37% and 40%. When that goes to the individual customer, when they're getting it, it may be that we're charging 50 cents more or 25 cents more for something because of that. So I don't see that as a large expense. I like the idea that we're going to help out the businesses where if we move forward, that we have some way to help them transition. I like the idea that I kind of weigh this on, like, our overall health. Like, you know, 40 years ago, we had gases that caused loads of pollution and caused lots of health problems, and so we slowly eliminated that, albeit like our prices of gas have gone quite a bit, but I think our health has improved quite a bit because of that. And I look at the little bit of money that we might be charged to pay extra for a paper dispenser as opposed to a EPS dispenser. I think I'm willing, and I think the community is willing, and I think in the long run it saves society in general because of the health costs that would be around that. So I'm very much in favor of that. When I have talked to the businesses, they're apprehensive because they wanted to know what the additional costs were. But I'm looking at, like, I went to Jack in the Box the other day and I got like 10 tomato ketchup packets and silverware and stuff like that I didn't need. And I've seen some businesses even already being proactive, saying, do you really need this? And I think in the long run, you'll save some money on that, you know, because they won't feel responsible for having to give you all that stuff that you really don't need. So again, thank you for the report, Mr. Kinney. And I would like to see us move forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. I see some people in the background there, but I guess it's for something else. So there are no public comments to any of this right now, right? City Clerk?
Sir, I have no submitted public comments.
Great. So let's move on to presentation number 3, and that's the traffic calming and speed cushions option to be given by Mr. Villafano.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins, City Council. Tonight, we're going to have a presentation on traffic calming and speed cushions. Can you see the first slide? All right, traffic calming and speed cushions. Traffic calming includes many measures and it's a phased process. The California Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices, referred to as the MUTCD, in standard traffic engineering practices, takes a phased approach to traffic calming, looking at signing first and gradually increasing measures. The city, our ongoing traffic and pedestrian safety reviews, the city routinely looks at traffic flow and intersections on how to improve safety. We have 10 radar signs. When I arrived at the city, we only had 1. We've added high visibility signs, additional stop signs and stop bars, flashing high intensity LED crosswalks, and we have installed speed cushions. The difference between speed bumps and speed cushions. A speed bump typically runs the width of the street, is 2 to 3 inches high, and 10 inches wide. A speed cushion is 3 inches high, 80 inches wide, and is designed to be straddled by fire trucks. Why speed cushions? Less disruptive to fire emergency vehicles. Speed cushions are used because fire trucks can straddle them, however, passenger vehicles cannot. We contract for fire protection with the County of Ventura Fire Department, and their preference is speed cushions because emergency vehicles with their wider axles can drive over them without slowing. Where are speed cushions appropriate? This is our policy. Residential streets only, marked 25 miles an hour or less. They're appropriate for long stretches of road where there are no breaks in speed. Roads with a maximum width of 50 feet or less, warranted and verified by traffic collision data. And our priorities are park areas in residential neighborhoods where children will congregate, around senior housing neighborhoods, and neighborhoods around schools. Clara Speed Cushion Pilot Program. We installed 5 rows of speed cushions in August of 2020. We've gotten excellent feedback, and the cost, including material and labor, was $45,000. Next slide. Next area to receive speed cushions: 8th Street, 8th Place, Park Avenue. As shown, we show 7 rows of cushions. The estimated cost is $65,000, and that includes material and labor. And we anticipate installing these this spring or summer. Areas identified for future speed cushions. As I just mentioned, 8th Street, and we anticipate installation this spring or summer. Some areas we've also identified as Park Avenue and the Bolker neighborhood. Budgeted funds for speed attenuation in the yearly CIP. We've budgeted $95,000 a year in the CIP for speed cushions, and that comes from the general fund and gas tax. And are there any questions?
Councilperson Gama.
Yes, thank you, Don. The speed cushions, I think, are a great tool. I think they've paid off very well. You know, there's something going on in and around our city. Just last night, I could hear cars racing up and down what I think was Surfside Drive. It's hard to tell, but we had all the windows closed, and I could even hear burnouts occurring. We're seeing evidence of that in various places, particularly around the beach. Is there any plan to address Surfside Drive with cushions? And in regards to Channel Islands Boulevard, the picture you showed was kind of unique because I think there was one vehicle on Channel Islands Boulevard in your picture. And during peak times, it's almost gridlocked at times. And have you done any studies regarding synchronized signaling of Channel Islands Boulevard? As you know, there's been a lot of complaints about traffic accidents, rear-ending and all that, and the traffic appears to have increased. So I have 2 questions. Is there a plan to study Surfside? And then is there a plan to study Channel Islands Boulevard?
Councilman Gama. First, Surfside, it doesn't fit our criteria because it's a street that's wider than 50 feet. It's a collector. It has a speed limit posted greater than 25 miles an hour. And so unfortunately, no, that's not a candidate for the speed cushions. We do have one radar sign. We do have plans to put another radar sign on Surfside. So that's our plan, and it's a team effort with the police department. And when we've had additional enforcement periodically, it does seem to make a difference. So it's a team effort. And of course, I'll work with Chief Salinas on looking at other options. With respect to Channel Islands Boulevard, we work with a contract traffic engineer, Mr. Tom Miracle, and we have been doing some studies. And one of the things is to look at synchronization of signals on that. And we're in the process of looking at that. And we've just gone through a study we have 8 traffic signals in the city. And we've just checked the timing of those for the amount of time for red light, green light, yellow, and also for pedestrian crossing to make sure that we are in compliance with the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices and standard traffic engineering practices. And we are in the process of doing a synchronization study on Channel Islands Boulevard.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? Okay, I just had a couple real quickly. Just as practicality, when you drive over these traffic cushions, I know I've driven over speed bumps a little bit too fast, and it really provides you a jolt to slow you down. Is that the same with these traffic cushions?
Yes, if you hit them, you will definitely feel it. And that's the intent, is certainly to adjust driver behavior in those areas. Okay. That's the intent. So yes, you will.
And
they're not as severe as the speed bumps, but they do get the driver's attention, and they've been found to effectively change behavior of drivers in those neighborhoods.
And then I guess I like the fact that you're going to be working with the police department. I think probably one of the most preventative things is if you give a person a ticket, it's very, very costly, and they will think twice about ever driving too fast along those roads again. The other question, I guess the other quick question that I have is that, will this address, I know a lot of people are concerned about, especially at kind of the Wainimi Bay area, like, where they some of the seniors and stuff pulling out onto Channel Island when, when there's not too much traffic and people are going like a bat out of hell. Would this address anything like that and some of your plans?
The speed cushions, certainly we're not going to be placing them on Channel Islands Boulevard, but we're looking at various options along with our traffic engineer. And I will be coming back to the council later on with a presentation on what our plans are for Channel Islands Boulevard for additional speed attenuation. It is a team effort, and in the 5 years that I've been here and working with Chief Salinas and the PD, I think we've formed a good working relationship, Public Works and the police department, for the better of public safety and traffic safety. So I think that'll continue, and we'll partner with PD to work on improving there and combining our efforts.
Thank you. Councilperson Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins, and thank you, Dawn, for this presentation. I know this was a heavily anticipated presentation. I wanted to know what other options, or if you guys have identified any other places in our city where these cushions might be a good idea. I know that there's a lot of people that tell me from the residents of Mar Vista that there's a lot of cars driving down Scott Street and Panoma. How else could we communicate with the public to let to figure out, okay, what other places would need these speed cushions?
Well, we identified the ones that are going to be getting speed cushions that we've looked at. That's the Bolker area and let's see, let's go back a couple.
And Park Avenue in front of Bowling Springs?
Park Avenue and Bolker. And the area around Mar Vista meets one of the criterias, senior housing. So they are on the list of areas that we're going to be looking at. We budgeted $95,000 a year, which that means basically we're putting in two locations of speed cushions a year now. So they're certainly one of the areas we're going to look at. There's also a grade school not that far from there. That is one of the areas we're looking at also.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Okay. I don't see any other on my screen, anybody else who wants to comment on that. So with that, we will move on to the consent agenda calendar. I'm going to read the titles of the items of the consent calendar prior to a motion. I'm going to read both the motion and then the recommendation for each one of these things. Number four, approve the minutes of the City Council regular meeting of February 7th, 2022. The recommendation is to approve the regular meeting minutes. Number 5 is to receive and file the finance cash disbursements from February 1st, 2022 through February 8th, 2022. The recommendation is to receive and file the disbursements. Number 6, the authorization to award a 2-year agreement with 2 1-year options with Alexander's Contract Services for the citywide meter reading services. The recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute a 2-year agreement with 2 1-year options with Alexander Contract Services Incorporated in a not to exceed annual amount of $86,400 for the citywide meter reading services for the 5,800 city water meters. And number 7, authorization to increase the purchase order with the law offices of Angel Ho. The recommendation is to authorize an amendment to the purchase order 18568 with the law offices of Angela Ho by $11,165. May I have a motion and a second to approve our consent calendar?
Mayor Rollins, sorry.
Okay, so let's make the motion and then we can have conversation on that.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Yes, I would like to pull item 7 for discussion.
Okay.
We need a second though.
We haven't had a second for approval yet. We have no second for approval.
Are we, if we
No,
second, are we still?
what the procedure will be is we'll get a first and a second on a motion and then we'll have discussion. And that discussion could mean pulling something from the agenda.
Okay, then I'll second.
Okay, so now we will move, before we move into a vote, we will have discussion. And that is, Mr. Gama, you wanted to pull something from the agenda, I think.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 7 from the consent agenda.
Okay. Any other requests? So can we, except for number 7, let us, we will move to vote for the 4, 5, 6 as part of the consent agenda.
I am willing to amend my motion to approve items 4 through 6 of the consent agenda.
Okay.
I will second that.
Okay, great. So number 7 is pulled. The others have been, the others have been not approved yet, so.
We need to vote on those.
So let's vote on the 4 through 7 right now. Madam Clerk.
4 through 6.
4 through 6.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so let's have discussion on number 7.
Yes, I asked this item to be pulled because it's my understanding that the consent agenda is for routine items. And I'm confused why this request is contained therein. It is my opinion that an investigation costing $31,165 is anything but routine. We're being asked to blindly increase the cost of this investigation without any briefing or justification for this expensive investigation. I'm still of the belief that this matter is potential litigation. Thus, my opinion is it should be in closed session so we could openly discuss this matter. So why do I think this is a closed session item? Well, executive staff contacted our insurance partners for direction. Executive staff followed the advice of the Joint Powers Insurance Authority, and executive staff hired an attorney to conduct this investigation. When I asked for a closed session brief on this matter, we were advised that we're not entitled to be involved in personnel matters. Yet this matter is before us now, and the staff report states, the vendor advises that in order to complete the project, an additional $11,165 is required. Findings will be reported to the City Council by the City Attorney after such information is received. It appears that the matter may have already been completed considering the request is not a round figure, it's a specific amount. So I may be the only one who feels this way, but I think we should make a motion to have this matter move to closed session so that we can be briefed and ask questions prior to voting on approving the increase of the original $20,000 allocation to $31,000. So again, I don't understand why this is on the consent agenda. It's anything but a routine item. And I'd ask for clarification.
So is that a motion, Gama?
Yes, I would make a motion to move it to closed session so that we could openly discuss this matter. I don't feel comfortable discussing this matter in open session, period.
Second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. A motion by Councilman Gama and a second by Mr. Perez to pull this from the agenda and to have a discussion in closed session as to the expense. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Oh, can we discuss?
Oh, yeah,
that,
I'm sorry.
please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Further discussion.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think this is on the consent agenda because of the dollar amount. There's no threshold on the dollar amount. You know, where it's $11,165 over $20,000. So it looks like there was an overage on this contract. I don't see that would warrant you know, a special session to discuss. It's routine because it's a contractual arrangement that we approved before, and we're just approving the overage. I don't know that this substance of it has any relevancy to that would require it to go into closed session. I think that's a different matter.
And if I may interject, closed session is not determined by a vote of the council. It's determined by the Brown Act and legal requirements. It is my legal opinion that this matter is inappropriate for closed session. It is also inappropriate by the California Attorney General's opinions that I have briefed the council on and may constitute a misdemeanor violation.
Then how is it that you could say that the City Council will be briefed by the City Attorney when such information is received?
Closed session is governed by the Brown Act. The council receiving information as an update is not. And so having a closed session agenda item for discussion on a matter over which the council has no supervisory authority is illegal according to the California Attorney General.
So then what's the purpose of this investigation?
To determine whether or not to determine the allegations that were brought forth to the council and the city's executive staff by SEIU, to determine the validity of any of those allegations and to take the appropriate disciplinary actions if any are required.
So a couple staff members have contacted me and have stated to me that the first question they were asked were, did you have any involvement in writing this letter with SEIU for a vote of no confidence? So how do you address the fact that staff went to our insurance partner and asked for advice and then hired an attorney if this doesn't rise to a potential claim matter or potential litigation?
At this point, there are no facts to indicate litigation. There has been no threat of litigation. There has been no writing indicating any facts to indicate that there is any liability on behalf of the city. This investigation is being done because of a letter of no confidence, seeking to identify facts to determine the city's potential exposure or liability, or to correct personnel matters that are not within the purview of the city council.
So like I said, I've been contacted by individuals who have been interviewed, and they're concerned that this is trying to identify who the whistleblower, for lack of a other term, for trying to identify who wrote or who participated in this letter. So, and then how do you hire an attorney and consult with our insurance partners and tell us that this is not a potential claim matter or a potential for litigation? I don't understand how that could be, because if it's just a routine personnel matter, it wouldn't involve an attorney, in my opinion.
The attorney was selected in order to maintain neutrality and independence. That way, people with a vested economic interest in continuing relationships with the city, including the executive department that was called out in the SEIU letter, would not be responsible for the investigation. I could not be involved in the investigation. The city manager could not be involved in the investigation, and therefore independent counsel was required and recommended by the JPIA.
So are you saying that you're going to come back to us in an open session and you're going to discuss this investigation of a personnel matter with us?
I am not saying that. I am saying council will receive an attorney-client privileged communication providing some of the information consistent with personnel privacy acts that the council would be allowed to know.
And then one last question. How do you justify us blindly approving a $31,000 investigation when we don't have any briefing or information as to the substance, the direction, or the scope?
The justification for council approving such a measure is that council has been advised by certain city employees that there is a lack of confidence and that there are at least some allegations worthy of investigation. That places the city in a position where it can make one of two choices. It can choose not to investigate, or it can choose to investigate, and that is the choice before council.
Does the fact that some employees may have consulted an attorney in preparation of meeting with this attorney, does that change your opinion at all?
I don't have those facts, and I would question how you do.
Okay, yeah, this.
I was told.
Okay, but I think this is kind of getting a very detailed conversation on something that is obviously some kind of a personnel matter. My question is, I guess for the city manager, are there more expenses coming anticipated for this investigation? I know there's limits as far as what, the city manager can approve on their own, but it's 20, 30, is it near the end of whatever investigation? And then are you planning to, or how will you report it to the council? The results, or will you?
This should conclude the investigation, this final amount. We are not privy to what's in the investigation, the findings or recommendations that will be reviewed by a city attorney, and then a plan of action to brief council as described by our city attorney will move forward.
So from what I pick up from what you're saying, that there will be a report, most likely in closed door session, as to the results or any potential litigation that may come of this.
That's correct, Mayor, as previously described by our city attorney.
Okay.
I think there's a discrepancy between what Mayor Rollins just said and what our city attorney described.
would you like to comment on that, City Attorney Spalding?
Absolutely, Mayor Rollins. Once the findings are received, I will brief the council via an attorney-client privilege memorandum. In the event that there are facts or circumstances justifying anticipated litigation, at that point we can go into closed session. But until I see those facts and circumstances, closed session is inappropriate and illegal under the Brown Act.
I got one more question. Why would we not get briefed by the attorney who is doing the investigation? Because it just kind of would seem like secondhand information if you're going to brief us rather than the attorney that handled the investigation.
Partly because personnel have privacy interests with respect to their personnel file. Those things are not public record, and considering that the council has no supervisory authority over the city's administrative staff, certain information will have to be withheld from the council because it is not entitled to receive it by law.
Well, we do have supervisory responsibilities over the city manager. So how do we evaluate that?
You evaluate the city manager based on his performance and his handling of these matters. And as far as the administrative staff, the city's municipal code explicitly delegates supervisory authority over the administrative staff to the city manager.
I'd like to move approval on item 7, please.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the expense of 31, the additional expense. What is it? The additional city attorney expenses. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. May we have a vote? May we have a vote?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
No.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 4-1 vote.
Okay, we will now move on to the public hearing. And that is the plan development for conditional use permit number PHCU 897 of the development agreement number PHDA 898 for BB&SE Incorporated Dispensary located at 2667 North Ventura Road. The hearing is now open at, let me look at my 8:42. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose at this time? Hearing done. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law? Do we have a complete file of the reports and exhibits?
Yes, sir, we do.
Will staff please present the reports? Mr. Stewart.
Yes, thank you, and good evening, Mayor, members of the council, staff and audience. So this is one of 2 CUP and development agreement applications this evening. We haven't received, or you haven't received any public hearings for dispensaries or delivery services for a little while. And these 2 happen to run, or at least come together at the end of their processes together. And so here we are this evening. With these 2 applications coming through this evening, we actually only have 1 dispensary application and 1 delivery only application left in the process. So we're nearing the end of the applications coming before you simply because of the caps that have been put into place. With this particular delivery service, we are still below the cap of 6, and we will also be below that if the last application comes before you. So I just wanted to put that information out to you. You'll also notice that both of these hearings tonight are located within the same building, but they are 2 completely separate entities with completely separate ownership. And so with that, I'll move forward with our first application here, which is for the BB&SE delivery service. Next slide, please. So the applicant, Sean Erickson, is requesting approval to operate a retail cannabis delivery only service, also known as a non-retail storefront dispensary at 2667 North Ventura Road in the city's C1 zone. The city's cannabis ordinance allows this type of use in the C1 zone, subject to a conditional use permit and development agreement. Next slide, please. The applicant obtained their conditional certificate of approval on December 9, 2021, after providing an application package that was approved by the city's reviewing committee. And that included approvals by the police department and passing background checks. Next slide, please. We also had an interview with this applicant team with the committee. With regard to the site itself, to the north is a commercial building that houses the existing From the Earth dispensary and the approved but unopened Channel Bay dispensary. To the south is what we call the 99-cent only shopping center. To the east is the USA gas station. To the west is an apartment building. The nearest school must be at least 600 feet away, and in this case, it's 2,200 feet away, and that's McKenna Elementary in Oxnard. There are no changes in the site plan, and because this is a use that's considered similar to an office use, and therefore parking, et cetera, does not need to be changed. Next slide, please. And this is an aerial showing the building. You'll see this again in the next hearing. The building is outlined in the red square there. Next slide, please. And this is a picture of the site plan. And so they are located in the corner of the building and approximately a 600 square foot suite. And next slide, please. And just to blow up with the floor plan, relatively simple because again, it's not very large. You walk in through a vestibule into an open office area. There's driver's waiting area, as well as a storage, a secure storage room, as well as an area for receiving product. Next slide, please. And this is just elevations of the building, showing where they are in relationship to the rest of the building, and that there are, other than window coverings, there will be no changes to the building exterior. Next slide, please. The applicants do propose to be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days per week. Their, should say staff, but also their customers are 21 years of age or older. However, there'll be no customers actually at the facility. They'll be installing a high volume carbon HVAC system. Security will be one guard patrolling the site itself during business hours. Because this facility will not have customers within it, a security guard doesn't have to be located within the business suite. The applicants are hoping to have a minimum of 80% of their eventual staff to be local residents. They'd again have to be a minimum of 21 years of age or older. The applicants are proposing that once they get staffed up, there'll be full benefits for their staff. Plus, they'll offer them 5 hours a month to volunteer in the community. Right now, the applicant has mentioned that they will be donating a minimum 1% of their revenues to the Friends of the Library, and then we'll also work with staff to determine other organizations that they can donate to. Next slide, please. And then with regard to the development agreement, I won't go into a whole lot of detail because you've heard this many times before, but because the city does not have a cannabis tax, we have a development agreement process in place instead. And as part of that process, the applicants for cannabis businesses, retail cannabis businesses, agree to pay a contractual payment of 5% of their annual gross revenues, maintain all books and records accurately, and pay for up to 2 audits per year, and to obtain a certificate of occupancy for the business within a year after the development agreement becomes effective. Next slide, please. Project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act because it's basically occupying an existing suite within an existing building, and no exterior modifications or site modifications are proposed. Next slide, please. Now, with regard to the finances, you may have compared this report to the next one, and each business basically projects their revenues based on a variety of different items. And Both applicants will be here this evening to discuss any questions you have about this or any of the rest of the application package. But with regard to the 3-year pro forma that the applicants eventually came down to, they are estimating that their gross revenues for the first year will be a little bit over 2.3 million. Second year grow to about 6.3 million, and the third year about 10.6. And what that means for the city's general fund, because again, we require that 5% of the gross revenues be generated towards the general fund, would be a little bit over 89,000 for the first year, 240,000 for the second year, and a little under 405,000 for the third year. And just to let you know also with regard to these pro formas and whatnot, the committee, in particular, Steve Kinney, go over these usually several times with the applicants, again, to kind of hone down and make sure that the projections are fairly reasonable. Next slide, please. And so with that, staff recommends that the City Council open the hearing and take testimonial and documentary evidence, and then close the public hearing and consider that evidence. And after considering the evidence, adopt a resolution of the city granting approval of CUP number PHCU 897 and introduced by title only, waiving full reading, an ordinance approving the operation of a development agreement for the operation of a cannabis facility for BBNSE, with adoption to follow at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting. And finally, take such additional related action as may be desirable. And with that, this concludes my presentation. Like I said, I'm available for questions, as is the applicant and his partner this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Councilman Gama. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Before that, are there any public comments regarding this item? City Clerk, have we received any public comments, or is there anybody in the wings to make a comment?
Not received any written public comments for any agenda items tonight. I do not see any members of the public, but if anybody does have public comments to provide, now is the time.
Okay. Hearing none, Councilman Gama.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Mr. Stewart. So I'm just a little fuzzy on the projections, the third year number, $10 million for a delivery service. I'm trying to run my memory, and I believe when we entertained a brick and mortar dispensary, I don't believe that they projected $10 million in sales 3 years out. So I'm just questioning that rosy prediction. At the current time, you know, we have several other delivery operations in the city. The city of Oxnard is bringing online several dispensaries and delivery services. So I just want to understand how you came to those I mean, it'd be nice if you could generate that, but how did you come to that $10 million mark out there at the third year? You're muted.
You're muted. Yeah, there you are.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm Sean Erickson, and this is Steve Briggs of BBNSE. So your question, because of our marketing plan, we don't rely on foot traffic. Southern California is our target market. I'm an insurance broker by trade with numerous clients in the cannabis industry. I've seen firsthand the revenue that numerous businesses are doing. And again, with our marketing plan that has been disclosed to Mr. Tony Stewart and others, it is absolutely attainable. We're very comfortable with achieving these numbers.
Councilperson Perez.
Yes, I have a question about safety for the driver. You know, pizza delivery men are robbed, and what is the safety precautions you plan on implementing to make sure that this does not happen?
Great question. So by law, we need to verify, almost triple verify while we take the order. We get a picture ID of the potential customer. And before we go to meet the customer, verify the route. We will scan and make sure that where we are meeting the person, it can't be on the street, it's got to be at a physical location. So there's numerous steps to verify that we're not walking into a bad situation. Safety comes first. If we feel it's a bad situation, we're not going to go through with the order.
And if I may add to that, Councilmember Perez, as part of the state's regulations in our application process, both our consultant at HDL as well as Chief Salinas also go through and work with the applicants on all of their safety protocols, including for driver safety.
How far can you deliver? What is your region or expected region?
Well, Southern California is our target. And as long as we plan accordingly, we need to leave the premises and everything is recorded and we need to be back at the premises by the end of the day. So again, as long as it's planned accordingly, we'll be able to achieve that.
Okay, Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Thank you, Mr. Erickson, for being here to answer our questions. I just was looking up the address. I noticed that you're very next to the From the Earth dispensary. Are you in the same building?
No, we're not. We're right next door. It's,
okay.
Yeah, adjacent.
Okay. Do you have our partnership agreements already in place with our local dispensaries for deliveries? And if so, who do you have agreements with, if I might ask?
Of course. No, we don't. And that's, so I'm clear about the question, partnership agreements, we are our own dispensary, delivery only.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
So you have your own products that you deliver?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, I do appreciate that you selected Friends of the Library as your first donation. Thank you for that.
Of course.
I just had one question with all this product in there. How do you deal with the safety when you guys close? I think I heard that you have a security guard during operating hours. When the operating hours are closed and there's that valuable material inside, how do you protect it?
Yeah, great question. So we have surveillance cameras operating 24/7. There's a certain amount that we are only allowed to keep on the premises, and it will be stored in a safe.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments? Okay. So we have before us a recommendation, and I'm going to read the resolution and ordinance titles, and that is the Plan Development Conditional Use Permit number PHCU 897 and the Development Agreement number PHDA 898 for the BB and SE Incorporated Dispensary located at 2667 North Ventura Road. We opened the public hearing. We took testimony and documentary evidence. I'm now closing the public hearing and considering the evidence. And after consideration of the evidence, adopt a resolution for the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme granting approval of a conditional use permit number PHCU 897 BB&E SE Incorporated Cannabis Delivery Service and introduced by title, waiving full reading and an ordinance approving the adopting a developmental agreement under code Section 65864 to 65869.5, and ordinance 780 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code relating to the operation of the cannabis facility for BB&E and BB&E and S&E with the adoption and the next at the next regularly scheduled city council meeting, and take such additional related action that may be desirable. May I have a motion and a second?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
May we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Can you come back to me, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins,
Yes.
and Councilmember Gama.
I just want to say that congratulations on your approval, and I wish you well, and I'm going to vote no.
Motion passes on a 4-1 vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will now move on to, thank you for coming and being here to ask extra, get our extra questions to you.
Thank you.
We're now moving on to number 9. Another one, a plan development conditional use permit, number PHCU 899, and the development agreement number PHDA 900 for the Fire Garden LLC dispensary located at 2661 North Ventura. I'm getting my reading going on tonight. Okay, the hearing is now open at 9:02. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose at this time? Madam Clerk, do you have any proof of publication? Have proof of publication as required by law? Do you have a complete file and report of exhibits?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so at this time, will staff please present the report? Mr. Stewart.
All right, well, thank you again. And so this is the second of 2 cannabis dispensary applications proposed in the same building this evening. And as I just mentioned, these are 2 of the last applications that we'll be seeing come before us for quite some time because of the cap that we now have in place. Where this application differs is that it is a full dispensary with ancillary delivery services proposed. May I have the next slide, please? So the applicant, Raj Padavapni, on behalf of Fire Garden LLC, is requesting approval to operate this retail dispensary with ancillary delivery service at 2661 North Ventura Road. Again, the site is zoned commercial or C1, and this use is allowed with the CUP in this zone for the city's cannabis ordinance. Next slide, please. Going through the same basic process as all of our applicants go through, the applicant obtained their certificate of approval on January 14th of 2022, again, as a result of providing an application package, which was approved by the city's review committee and passing background checks as well as an interview with the committee. And next slide, please. Again, the site is surrounded to the north by a commercial building which houses the From the Earth dispensary and an Open Channel Bay dispensary. Those, by the way, are owned by the same team, DBO. To the south by the 99 cents only shopping center, to the east by the USA gas station, and to the west again by a multifamily apartment building. Again, the nearest school is McKenna Elementary, approximately 2,200 feet away from the subject site. And again, there are no changes to the site plan because the dispensary is considered similar to a retail use. No changes such as parking and whatnot are required. Next slide, please. Again, the aerial showing the subject building in red there. Next slide, please. and the site plan again. This time the suite, and we'll see that in a blow up too, isn't just a small corner in the building, but actually takes up the central portion of the existing building. And the former tenant, now quite a while back, was a wig shop that has since relocated from the city. Next slide, please. And so this is showing the again the subject suite within the middle of the subject building. And I believe we have a blow up on the next slide, as I recall. Yes, we do. So turn sideways so it fits, but a little bit easier to see. We're moving from right to left. On the rightmost is the lobby and reception area. The large central area is the retail area. And so customers will come in basically along the top area after passing through the reception, and then will exit through a separate door towards the bottom of the slide there. Behind the retail area are a restroom and then a room with the security. Then there's a break area. And then a fairly decent sized storage area in the back that's secured, as well as a secure vestibule for taking in deliveries again. Next slide, please. And again, just showing the elevations, again, with regard to, or with the exception of window coverings that will be designed to at least provide the appearance of a commercial use. There are no other changes being proposed to the exterior of the building. Next slide, please. Again, the hours of operation for this business will also be 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days per week. Customers must be 21 years of age or older. In this case, the applicants are proposing using a HEPA filter system with what they call UV light sanitation, as well as secondary HEPA and charcoal filters, and additional carbon filters in strategic locations throughout the facility. They'll have a minimum of 1 guard on site, and this guard will be located both within the facility and off site for routine patrols. Next slide, please. So in this case, the applicant is hoping, again, to hire a minimum of 75% of local residents if they can. The staff must again be 21 years of age or older. The applicant is proposing to provide their staff with full benefits plus tuition reimbursement. They actually have quite a donation plan, again, minimum 1% of the revenues. And in this case, they're proposing to divide it up between Reach, Real Guppy Outdoors, the Moving Wall, if we are able to get that at some point, as well as the Boys and Girls Club. And they're also open to suggestions from staff to assist with other organizations in the community. They're also going to incentivize their staff to volunteer in the community through rewards and flexible schedules or paid time off to volunteer programs. Next slide, please. Again, I won't go through the whole process with the development agreement other than because we have no cannabis tax, we do have the development agreement process here. And in this case, again, PHDA 900 requires the applicant to agree to pay a minimum of 5% of their annual gross revenues to the city's general fund, maintain all books and records accurately, and pay for up to 2 audits per year, and obtain their certificate of occupancy for the dispensary within 1 year after PHDA 900 becomes effective. Next slide, please. As with our other dispensaries, again, it's exempt from CEQA because this is an existing retail, well, this is retail use going into an existing retail suite in an existing building with no changes proposed to the exterior or to the site. Next slide, please. So here, again, the projections are different than the last one we saw. And again, they're based on a variety of criteria. In this case, the applicants are proposing that their first year gross revenues are approximately 5.7 million, second year just under 6.5 million, and the third year just a little over 7.2 million. And this would result in 5% of the gross revenues would be 261,000 paid to the city in year 1, a little over 290, well, a little under 296,000 in year 2, and a little over 329,000 in year 3. And the next slide, please. And so again, staff recommends that the city council open the public hearing and take evidence, then close the public hearing, consider this evidence. After considering the evidence, adopt a resolution granting approval of CUP number PHCU 899, which is for the Fire Garden LLC Cannabis Dispensary. Introduced by title only and waiving full reading, an ordinance approving the development agreement for the operation of the Fire Garden LLC cannabis facility, and take such additional related action as may be desirable. And with that, that concludes my staff report, and I'm available for any questions. And I believe the applicants are here as well, in case you have questions of them. Thank you.
Do we have any comments from the public at this time? Are there any public comments regarding this item?
I have no public comments, and I see no hands raised from any public members.
Okay. Now we're going to hear from the council. Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I'm a little confused. Mr. Stewart, you said something about the same ownership. Are we talking about, who are we talking about here? Maybe you could introduce the applicant for us so we can.
Sure, that was actually, that was aimed actually, that was part of my discussion of the nearby building owned by DBO, which has the From the Earth and the Channel Gardens. This particular application and applicant team is completely separate from the ones that you just heard from.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question for the applicant, and I'm sorry I can't pronounce your last name, Mr. Potabatny.
That was great, thank you.
I'm curious, and I guess David Albanese, you're one of the applicants as well. Welcome. I'm just curious. You had a choice to come to Port Hueneme or go to perhaps Oxnard or somewhere else. Why did you choose Port Hueneme?
I'll let David take that question.
Okay, thank you.
I'm local. I grew up here in the area. Grew up in Hueneme and now live in Oxnard. So we wanted to definitely do something in our backyard or in my backyard, and that's the reason why we're here.
And why not Oxnard?
We did apply in Oxnard actually as well.
And you're still seeking an application with City of Oxnard?
No, we lost points on our location that we had selected. We scored really well in every other area, and the location was just seemed like it wasn't a location that was necessarily favorable to the committee.
Are you talking about Oxnard Shores?
No. It was a totally different location on Main Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Laura.
Councilperson Gama.
Yes, I'm just looking at your projections. Will you have delivery service as part of your dispensary as well?
Yes, delivery is going to be an integral part. Unlike the previous applicant, we're going to be focusing primarily on capturing Port Hueneme and the Oxnard markets. We understand there's going to be 16 retailers in Oxnard that'll have the ability to probably also do delivery. I happen to know a lot of the folks in the industry. I've been in the industry for quite some time, and I think that our online order system and delivery collectively, we want that to be about 40% of our business based on the fact of our retail footprint is 1,700 square feet. Customer time in and out, we anticipate to be 7 to 8 minutes. So year one, probably 20 to 25% will be delivery and online orders. And we hope to get to 40% by year 3.
40% of delivery
of total transactions.
Retail transaction being 40%?
Yeah, through online orders and delivery. That's our goal.
Okay, so you feel confident that you could, by year 3, achieve $5.3 million in annual sales?
Yeah, our model is based off of the fact that we know there's going to be 8 retailers in Port Hueneme, 5 in the city of Ventura, and up to 16 in Oxnard. So if you look at different counties and regions in California, I have 9 retail stores in California and 2 in Washington. So people would consider this market somewhat saturated, but we've we have a model in place that we think will work for us. And David really wants to utilize his background and his resources in the community to drive local traffic. We kind of want to be a local shop to serve South Oxnard and Port Hueneme. Our model originally 5.7 in year one is based off of 200 total transactions, 150 being in store and 50 of them being through delivery sales.
Thank you.
I see no, David, you had your hand raised up. Did you want to say something? No.
I don't think I have my hand raised up, but might have hit a button there.
Councilperson Perez.
Yeah, I was curious, what was the reason why Oxnard didn't approve you?
Yeah, I can answer that question. That's how David and I met. We met through a mutual friend of ours. I was already in the industry and David wanted to work with somebody in the industry to apply. It was extremely competitive. I think there were over 50 applicants. It was merit-based. There was multiple phases. We made it to the interview phase. We applied. So Oxnard was going to select, I believe, 3 of the 16 to have a local enterprise factor, which means that a certain amount of equity from the applicant is owned by someone that lived in the city of Oxnard. And in our case, it was David. And we placed 4th, I think, amongst 8 in the local pool. The first 3 got chosen. As David mentioned, our written plan was fantastic. The interview is the interview. They scored that separately. And I think ultimately the city didn't want to have, I don't think they liked our location in downtown is my feeling. But I don't know for sure exactly why we were not selected.
You're not concerned at all with the oversaturation already that's happening that we're seeing, especially in Hueneme? Your numbers are large, so I'm curious as to, you actually think you're going to do that well?
Well, what I can tell you is only based on my experience from my other stores. And I would agree that Ventura County would be considered a saturated county overall. But in other markets, like in Sonoma County, I have a location in Santa Rosa, for example, where there is no cap. Their cap is basically through buffers, 600 feet from other retailers and so forth. Our projections are actually pretty conservative. And I actually think that taking the conservative route makes more sense. 200 total transactions in a day, I think is something that we can attain.
The other thing as well is we've studied a lot of the other local dispensaries and have acquaintances and other friends in the industry, and based off some of the recent dispensaries and how they're doing and the model that they're following, we feel really confident to be able to follow in some of their footsteps with some of their numbers and some of the different methods that they're using to get to their numbers.
Okay. Councilperson Hernandez.
I have one more question for Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, can you tell us then if we approve this one tonight, have we reached our threshold for dispensaries?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
If that includes the 3 that are with micro businesses. Standalone, we haven't, but we can include the 3, I would think. However, like I said, 2 of them, well, actually 3 of them that were approved so far are not open. But at this point, like I said, we have 1 more after this. Because they've been in the process, the ordinance allowed it to continue through because they had spent quite a bit of money to get to the point where they were in the process. So this last one will be allowed to at least go through the process should they choose to. But in this case, with these final approvals, we will not be, in fact, we're currently not accepting any more dispensary applications at this point because we have met that cap.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'll recommend approval.
Okay, I wanted to make a comment. Thank you.
Sorry.
I just had one comment, and it's kind of a follow-up regarding the revenue. Do we track like the projections versus what actually happens at the end each year? In other words, like, over the years, I've seen some pretty big projections from a lot of companies. Do we have any kind of stats as to whether they've met their revenue projections? This would be to Mr. Stewart.
Right, I figured it was. So we do require that we have annual audits performed by HDL on our various businesses each year, where we compare against what their projections were. So we do keep track of it annually. And then Chief Salinas on top of that has a tracking system for their charitable contributions as well. So we do keep track of these.
So I can comment on that question as well. Our first 6 dispensaries that have opened up in our city, which include From the Earth, Wheelhouse, now Tree Factory, Skunk Master, Safe Port, and HPC, as well as Emerald Perspective, they have all exceeded their projections for the first 3 years, but we're starting to see a slowdown. And as the subsequent stores begin to open up, 7, 8, 9, 10, we expect their projections not quite to be on pace with the others. And so it'd be interesting to see what happens with this, we'll call it second tier, to see if they're able to actually reach their goals and projections.
Okay, thank you. One more question for Mr. Stewart, and it's just a clarification. After all the pending approvals and the approvals we do tonight, what was our threshold, or how many of each of the different 3 things will we have between the retail, the delivery, and the manufacturing? I think that's another group.
Right. So again, we've got, with regard to delivery, we have a cap of 6. Right now, with the one that we just approved tonight, that would take us up to 5. 3 of them are currently open. And then, like I said, we've got 1 more in the process. With regard to dispensaries, including those that were approved with, in conjunction with micro businesses, that would be, for instance, Red Mule, Tradecraft. We will have a total of 14, which is 2 more than the cap. But again, that's because the ordinance did allow the ones that were in the process to go through. And that is, again, assuming that the last one that goes through the process, they're included within that 14. And again, as I mentioned, we have 3 of them that are not open at this time. Then with regard to manufacturing, we have a total of 10 that we would allow. However, we only have 1 that's within the process at this point, and I don't see too many more coming through. We don't have a cap on cultivation. We do have, actually, I should say we've got 2 manufacturing, because there's Red Mule, of course. And then we've got, with regard to cultivation, we have 2 approved in conjunction with micro businesses, but we do not have a cap on cultivation at this point. But at this time, though, we're looking at a significant slowdown in the overall number of applications that are coming in, just because, again, of the cap, and or because areas where we do allow manufacturing are so small that we just don't have the room for many applications to come in there physically.
Okay, well, I wish our new owners the best of luck in their business pursuits. My only comment would be with the influx of all the new cannabis operations within the county, and maybe even further increase, that I would look to our staff to look at varied interests to develop revenue, because we greatly benefit by the cannabis industry, but I just can see this beginning to water down a little bit, because there's only so much cannabis that can be sold in an area. And I look forward to our staff looking to future or different varied opportunities for us to develop revenue to keep our city well. We're going to close with no further discussion, we're going to close the public hearing at 9:24 p.m. We have a recommendation before us. I'm going to read the ordinance. An ordinance approving and adopting a developmental agreement under government codes sections 65864 to 658 65869.5 and an ordinance number 780 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code relating to the operation of a cannabis facility, the Fire Garden LLC. I'm going to read the recommendation. First, we opened the hearing. We took testimony and documentary evidence. We closed the public hearing and considered evidence. And after consideration of the evidence, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme granting the approval of conditional use PHC U-899, the Fire Garden Cannabis Dispensary, and introduce a title only waiving full reading, an ordinance approving and adopting a developmental agreement under Government Code Sections 65864 to 65869.5 and ordinance number 780 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code relating to the operation of a cannabis facility, the Fire Garden, with the adoption to follow at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting, and take such additional related actions that may be desirable. May I have a motion?
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilman Perez and a second by, was it Councilman Hernandez?
Councilmember Hernandez, yes.
Councilperson Hernandez. Okay, so may we have a vote?
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
Can you come back to me, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
I want to congratulate you on approving your application. I wish you well, and I'm going to vote no, and it has nothing to do with your business plan or you personally. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The motion passes on a 4-1 vote.
Okay, and please forgive me, council persons, when I don't say the right title. It's rather council person or council member. I will get it right eventually in my speech pattern.
I'm really
Okay.
not concerned about it.
Okay, anyway, no offense taken. Number 10, adopt a resolution granting a special permit number 02-22 for the Port Hueneme Police Department and the Police Explorers Car Show and fundraising events. We're going to have a report by Mr. Salinas. The hearing is now open at 9:28 p.m. Do any council have any conflicts to disclose? Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have a proof of publication as required by law? Do we have a complete file of the reports and exhibits?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. Will staff please present the report?
Good evening, City Council. This is Police Chief Andrew Salinas. I'm here presenting on behalf of the City of Oxnard as well as our police explorers. And so I have a presentation here that we'll go through. And so the police explorers, as you know, last year had their first annual car show. I say first annual because there had been such a break in the previous car shows that we, in essence, created a new and revitalized car show here at Hueneme Beach. And so we are submitting for the second year in a row. As you'll see later on in this presentation, we are actually asking for a 5-year permit to be used once every year for the next 5 years. As in the previous year, this car show will be held in parking lots B and C and along Ocean View Drive, which will be closed to any through traffic. The date for this year's car show is Sunday, June 12th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We expect approximately 2,500 to 3,000 attendees throughout the day. And we also expect to sell out, which is about 300 vehicle registrants, where we'll also have 25 vendors and 3 to 5 food trucks. As in last year, we'll also have a DJ set up on Ocean View Drive with the sound directed out towards the beach. We will also be providing additional restrooms and hand washing stations in the area. And we will also be requesting that the city provide extra solid waste containers to accommodate the extra trash in the area. Public parking will still be available in lots A, E, and F, and paid street parking along Surfside Drive. The police department will be handling traffic control as well as security for the event, and we'll be using that through our on-duty police officers as well as our reserve police officers. There will be no alcohol or cannabis allowed on site at any time. We will be abiding by all COVID rules if there are any at the time of the event. And all proceeds generated from this event will benefit the Port Hueneme Explore program. Last year, we raised approximately $12,000 for the program, and we expect to fundraise that same amount this year. Here's a proposed site plan. It's very similar to last year with the food trucks and vendors along Ocean View Drive, along with our DJ and registration booth, and the primary car shows in parking lots B and C. Here is an overall overhead aerial view of last year's event, so you can see the layout. Everyone typically enters in off of Surfside Drive and Ocean View Drive, where they come in, register for the event, as well as our patrons enter through this way and are able to enjoy the nearly 300 vehicles on display, along with the enjoying the food vendors on site as well. And this is also a good time because of the date of the event to actually introduce many of the people that come to the area to our Hueneme Beach Festival. So it's also a good opportunity to advertise as the Beach Festival is approximately 2 months after this event. Here are some more pictures from last year. What we try and do is bring in our registrants by actually having coveted prizes or awards. As you can see here, it's not your typical show trophy that you see at car shows. And so we're finding that people are actually interested in actually winning some of these unique prizes that we have set forth for those that actually win the multiple categories that we have going on, such as foreign vehicles, low riders, motorcycles, custom vehicles, and so forth. So an SUP is needed for this event because it is at Hueneme Beach. We are requesting an SUP for the next 5 years. This event will officially be held on the second Sunday of each June of each year through 2026. We do this for a number of reasons. One, there is an actual car show calendar, not only in the county, but in Southern California. So we have found that this will be our niche date, so people can come to expect and know when our car show is going to happen, because we expect to have it grow over the next few years. And this is considered exempt under CEQA, as the project uses already existing facilities, and it's a temporary use of the land as well. And the conditions of approval ensure protection of the environment, so we won't be in any area that is obviously restricted. So the Port Hueneme Explorers are a duly recognized 501c3 nonprofit organization. We are asking for a fee waiver in regards to the application, as well as to the use of parking lots B, C, and Ocean View Drive. The city will benefit from parking revenue generated from this event in parking lots A, E, and Surfside Drive. We do plan on working with community development to make sure parking enforcement is on duty. If staffing is not allowed, we will use one of our community service officers who will then perform that function, as well as we have the ability to use our reserve officers to make sure people are paying their parking lot fees. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council adopt the resolution that conditionally approves SUP number 02-22. A couple of other thoughts. As you know, we have officially the largest Police Explorer program in the county right now, in spite of being one of the smallest cities. That says a great deal of the type of program that we are running, and it does require a great deal of fundraising. When you have 25 to 30 kids in your program, we require and we attempt to have many or coordinate many events, and this is one of them. We also assist with events such as the Hueneme Beach Festival, the Strawberry Festival, but things have been very tight lately. So we are using this as one of our major fundraisers where we can actually control when we have it and how it works. Many of you attended last year's event. As you know, it's family oriented. It's a very safe event. It does attract a lot of people because it's an event hosted by the police department. And so they know it's going to be safe, enjoyable, and well coordinated. And this does bring a lot of new families to our area as a result of that. So with that, I will entertain any questions.
Hey, are there any public comments regarding this item at this time? Madam Clerk.
I have no public comments. We can certainly open it up to any public members, but I do not see any.
Okay. I didn't see who came first, but Councilman Perez, you're on the top of the list here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I just had one comment for clarification. You initially said you're here speaking on behalf of the city of Oxnard.
Well, yeah, meaning that I'm presenting this public hearing. Normally Tony does these types of public hearings for council, but I am stepping in and doing this because it represents the police department as well as the Police Explorer program.
Oxnard?
What was that?
Or Oxnard?
Did I say Oxnard?
Yeah.
Who's sin?
That's 22 years of conditioning. Obviously, I meant the city of Port Hueneme.
Don't feel bad. I mess up the council person's names all the time. So, council person Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I'm excited to see that there are plans to do this over the course of the next 5 years. I love the Explorers. I think they are just a great group of people, and I'm always willing to do anything to support them and their efforts. They do so much for the city, so I'm really supportive of this fundraiser. My question is, do the reserve officers who will be doing traffic control, do they get paid?
Our reserve officers do not get paid.
Okay.
The only time our reserve officers get paid is when they are doing park ranger duties, and this is not a park ranger duty.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Councilperson Gama.
Thank you. Absolutely love the logo. I would love to see it on a white t-shirt. It's a beautiful logo. Absolutely enjoyed the car show last year. It's a great event. And these are the type of family engagement events we need at Hueneme Beach. And I'm 100% supportive of the Police Explorers program. And I hope the community and others are paying attention that in the city of Port Hueneme, we really, really support youth programming. And, you know, we have to cover a lot of different areas because everybody's not interested in the same endeavors. And so I know that last year, there were so many families, fathers and sons that came to look at all the wonderful cars. And I'm really proud of our Police Explorers program and all the work that you all put into it. And I'm really looking forward to approving this enthusiastically and just love the fact that it uses surfboard for trophies.
Thank you. I have just one question because this is a great program. And again, I'll repeat, I want to see a variety of things at the beach. And I think this fits into our model. My one question, is there any overtime or police costs involved in this event?
That is a good question. So we do use our 3 reserve officers that we still have on staff, as well as the presence of our 25 police explorers and 2 advisors. Our 2 head advisors, Frank and Henry Montalongo, are actually in assigned duties, meaning that Henry is an HLO and has a flexible schedule, as well as Frank has a flexible schedule. So in these events where they are not required to perform their police function in uniform, they flex their time for this type of event. The only person that may get paid overtime for this event would be our CSO if they are not working already on that day as part of their schedule, so they can assist us with traffic control.
Okay. And I too love the logo. That was my first car, a 1965 Impala Super Sport. So anyway, so do we have, with no further comments from the public or staff or council, we will now close this public hearing at 9:41. Okay, so I am now going to read the recommendation and the exact resolution. The resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, deeming a temporary exempt event from the California Environmental Quality Act and conditionally approving a special use permit number 2-22 by the Port Hueneme Police Department and the Police Explorers Car Show and fundraising events located at 550 East Surfside Drive and Ocean View Drive. The recommendation is we have opened public hearing and we took testimony and documentary evidence. We have now closed the public hearing and we have considered the evidence. And after considering the evidence, adopt a resolution for the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, granting the approval of conditional use permit number PHCUU-899. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Excuse me. Okay, so we have opening and continued public hearing and documentary evidence, and close the continued public hearing and considered evidence to adopt a resolution of the port, a special use port number 2-22, Port Hueneme Police and Police Explorers Car Show and fundraising events, and take such additional related actions that may be desirable. May I have a motion and a second?
I move approval.
Second.
Okay. May we have a vote, Madam Clerk?
Member Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama. I'm sorry, Mayor Rollins. My apologies.
He gets no, he can't take my vote. Yes.
I just had to join the ranks of making the errors tonight.
Okay. A lot of reading tonight. Okay.
Well, thank you, everyone. And if anyone had noticed, this is SUP permit 2-22 on 2/22 of 2022 on Tuesday. So we'll call that pretty good luck.
And it's a Tuesday.
Yes, it is.
So we're gonna have a little tongue twister, so you can say that real quick. Okay, moving on to business item number 11, co-sponsorship of the Ventura County NAMI Walk event. Will staff please make the report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Deputy City Manager Charles Peretz. As you may recall, at the last council meeting, there was a request and a vote by council, unanimous vote by council, to bring forward an item that would allow council to consider waiving facility rental fees associated with the upcoming NAMI Walk event. This report, this item number 11 on tonight's agenda, gives the council the opportunity to consider taking such action through the adoption of a resolution. One note per the addendum that was circulated, the amount that would have been otherwise received in revenues is updated. Initially, staff was under the impression that there would have been a request for 3-hour rental, and it is now clear that the intention was for an all-day 8-hour rental of facility. So between the facility rental fees, the application fee, and the security deposit, the amount would have been $1,842 that would have been charged. And again, the action before you tonight is to adopt a resolution that would indicate that the city council wishes to co-sponsor the event and waive the facility rental fees.
Do we need to have discussion, or may I make a motion to waive the fees for the NAMI walk?
Well, you can make a motion in a second, and then we'll have, if there's any discussion, we will have it after that.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution co-sponsoring the Ventura County NAMI walk event.
A second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion before we have a vote? Seeing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote?
Member Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Moving on to number 12, renewal and reconsideration of remote meetings pursuant to Government Code 54953E. City Attorney Spalding.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins and honorable council members. This should seem a little bit old hat to each of you by this point in time. This relates to AB 361 and the briefings as to how to continue remote meetings or whether to continue remote meetings. As you can see in my staff report, the information relied upon is approximately 8 or 9 days old in order to get the report prepared for the agenda. Currently, there are additional, it's gotten much lower. So what we're really looking at here is we have a 7-day average case rate of 32.7 per 100,000. By today, there are currently 88 COVID hospitalizations with 20 people in the ICU. As you can see, that is a significant reduction from the date that this staff report was authored. This same information was presented to PHWA earlier tonight, and they opted to move forward with remote meetings based on the fact that the September 21st public health directive or recommendation from the Ventura County Public Health Officer is to continue social distancing and in order to stop the spread of this disease. And so this matter is before council tonight to determine whether or not council would like to continue meeting remotely under AB 361 or whether or not in-person meetings will take place at the next meeting.
Okay. Do we have any comments regarding this before we make a motion? No comments.
I have a comment. One comment.
Yes, Councilperson Gama.
Super Bowl. There were 75,000 people without masks who attended the Super Bowl. They were all given masks, but it appeared that very few wore the mask. So I guess I could make a motion to return to in-person meetings. And I suspect it won't be seconded.
I'll second. Don't be so negative.
Okay.
So
we have a motion to return to meetings in a second by Councilperson Gama and a second by Councilperson Martinez. We have some discussion on this. No discussion.
I'm out of options, or I'm out of reasons. My last reason given was I don't want to wear a mask. Well,
of course, my one comment would be how many people got COVID at the Super Bowl because they weren't wearing masks and they were together.
I have a comment.
Oh, okay.
So for our school district, when there's students in class, we still have to wear the mask. But for staff in the office, they don't have to wear masks. And we also don't have to wear a mask when students aren't in the classroom. So for example, like before school and after school. I don't know if that means that we don't have to wear a mask or if we're gonna be required to wear a mask, but I'm just letting you guys know what our district decided to do.
And I can offer a little bit of clarity on that. With respect to the Ventura County health order, the mask mandate was lifted on February 16th. The state mandate, as each of you are aware, was lifted earlier. However, there are some caveats with the state mandate. And that is if you are unvaccinated, you still must wear a mask in public, which then means, and there's been a little bit of feedback on this, is the city going to impose a double standard? And that is, if you're unvaccinated, you have to wear a mask, or is everybody going to have to wear a mask, or is nobody going to have to wear a mask and then potentially violate the state mandate?
Well, no ruling has been given on that yet, so.
If we were to go back to regular meetings in public, are there any precautions that staff would recommend that we would be providing? And can there be modifications? Like, for example, the general public that's sitting, listening to the meetings, are they going to have to wear masks? Or are they not going to have to wear masks? Is there going to be any temperature taking before they go in to make sure? I know in some places they do that to make sure that they don't have a high temperature going in. They've done that pretty consistently. So those are my concerns. I know in the city of Camarillo, they have council meetings for a long period of time, but they have plexiglass kind of dividers, so between the council persons. So I don't know, City Manager Connors, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, internally, we are still wearing masks indoors. It was perceived by our department heads to be an effective measure, just as precaution. We're also expecting in the next week an update to both the CDC guidance and state positions on social distancing and mask wearing. And so out of precaution, we're still doing that. If we elect to go back into live meetings, we will basically return to the policy that we had set. It was basically notifications and encouraging those that are unvaccinated to wear masks. And there may be some other screening procedures. We haven't worked through those details yet. But right now, internally, we're still wearing masks.
Okay. Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my general feeling is that I'd like to continue remote meetings for at least another 30 days till we get a better handle on what's going on. I am concerned still that we can't social distance in the council chambers. And so I'm just to be comfortable, I would like to go another 30 days and then reconsider.
Okay, so right now we have a motion and a second to go back to regular meetings. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Gama?
A very positive yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Pivotal.
Because of the fact that we can't social distance.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
And Mayor Rollins?
No.
Motion fails on a 2-3 vote.
Okay. So do we have so does that mean by default or do we have to make a second motion?
I would recommend making a second motion, even though by default, we kind of know where this is going.
Okay. So do we have another motion?
I'll make the motion that we resume remote meetings for another 30 days.
Second.
May we have a vote?
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins?
Yes. I was just thinking if Council Person Martinez had voted no and then I voted no, will we not have a meeting at all then?
I thought about it too.
Okay, anyway, okay, so we now move on to city managers' comments and reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make this pretty quick. Tomorrow we have two events. One is the annual homeless count led by our homeless liaison officer, Officer Montalongo. They'll inventory and count the number of homeless that we have and compile the data and work with the county in order to, again, be very tactical on how we address our homeless problems. We also have a blood drive. In COVID, blood banks have been reduced substantially. And so we have 30 people signed up to donate blood. 20 of those are wonderful city employees. And so that will be happening tomorrow. In addition to the Real Guppy event that Councilmember Gama was talking about, that grand opening was funded in part by our Community Benefit Fund. There's a couple other Community Benefit Fund events I just wanted to share. They're going to be coming up in the very near future. The first one is a first STEM robotics competition, the first and second weekend in March. We anticipate about 1,300 people, mostly kids, from all over the globe to show up in Port Hueneme at the port in their Building 319 to compete against 45 teams each weekend. 15 of those teams are going to be from Ventura County, and one is going to be from Hueneme High School. And we will have funding for that through our Community Benefit Fund. And the third thing, that I learned today was thanks to Coach Ramirez, the high school wrestling coach. We have from our high school, Port Hueneme, 2 of the county's 6 CIF state championship competitors moving to the state championships. And those 2 wrestlers are women, Angela Renteria and Audrey Diaz. So congratulations to them and Coach Ramirez. And again, Community Benefit Fund is used for our Hueneme High School Boosters Program. I want to just let the public know that on 5 March, we are doing an outreach program to allow citizens, residents, and enthusiasts of fun come out to the beach and participate in a design review of the large play equipment project that we're going to put in the beach, as well as the dog park that we're going to put over at Bubbling Springs Park. And I'm going to do something new today, thanks to Mayor Rollins. Once a month, we're going to read anniversaries for our valued city employees, and quarterly we'll do bigger events of recognition for some of our longer term employees. So this month we have a number of employees celebrating their anniversary. We have Roger Rangel at 12 years, Nick Sanchez at 1 year, Jennifer Floriano at 2 years, Jason Johnson at 2 years, Michelle Turner at 2 years, Nora Starna at 15 years, Jaime Ubrab at 1 year, Jose Omar Lopez Martinez at 4 years, Sergeant Emmerich at 11 years, Segario Hernandez at 4 years, and the top dog in the city at 32 years, Peter Alcantar, one of our wonderful facilities supervisors. And with that, Council, I rest.
Okay. Councilperson Gama, you had a comment regarding the city manager's report?
Yes, I do. I forgot how much the CBF contributed to the first robotics event.
It was $7,500.
And that is to sponsor the event, or?
It's directed towards Hueneme/Ventura County participants that are ultimately supported through the first STEM and Robotics, which is a global organization, nonprofit.
Okay, and then are we collecting ideas for the next fiscal year CBF yet, or when will we start doing that?
We should be continuously collecting ideas or providing input so we can continue to collect ideas, but we want to get those organized before council and then have council support before we take them to the next meeting at the joint city port meeting.
Would it be appropriate to make a suggestion now, or should I do it in an email? Or
it'll be ongoing, Councilperson Gama. So we'll probably be making some formal announcements for all the council persons to put their input in. And then we'll actually be meeting as a council to decide our priorities as we move forward to the port meeting.
I thought there was an application process that we could just fill something out and submit and then consider later. Is that not the case anymore?
Yes, there is a portal that between staff of both the city and the port, we can enter submissions into a database for future review.
Okay, I'll hold it until my comments.
Okay. Let's see. So at this time, let's have our council person reports and comments. I will start with Councilperson Gama.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Yeah, I would just like to, for the next fiscal year, consider I would like to propose $10,000 to the Oxnard Union High School District to fund teams from each school. I'm not sure if every school is participating, but I think it's a wonderful program and I think it's really great for youth. So just want to throw that out there because I will be attending the event. I'm really excited for it. As mentioned before, I'm really proud of Kevin Brannon and the Real Guppies program. I'm really proud of our city with our Learn to Swim program, which started, I believe, this week. Our city is making great investments into the youth of our community, and I think it's extremely important to continue to do that. And I'm really happy to be a part of this council and seeing all those wonderful things come together. The last thing I want to say is I just want to make it clear that my door is always open for any city employee who wants to talk about any city business operation or actions. We council members have a right to hear directly from any employee without the employee fearing of any retaliation. And with that, that's it.
Okay. Councilperson Perez.
I do not have any reports or comments.
Councilperson Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. After meeting with Reach, we were talking about the future of the BRIC program. We still have some questions. I don't know if you guys know what the BRIC program is, but there's a bunch of bricks next to the pier where people pay to, sponsor their name on there. And on a positive, we also talked about the contract for the sponsorship for the beach festival. So we're already talking about the beach festival right now. And in terms of the city port meeting, that one worked really well. I think we just have to take the necessary steps on our end to approve some of their requests, but that's about it.
Okay. Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I did mention earlier that I participated in a press conference this morning, was hosted by the Ventura County Watershed Protection District, and it was to launch the campaign entitled Every Litter Bit Matters. And I was there along with the City of Ventura, Thousand Oaks, Ojai, the Ventura Land Trust, and of course, the County of Ventura. And I was really proud to speak to the efforts by Councilman Gama about the beach cleanup, our annual coastal cleanup, the ordinances that we have passed regarding no smoking to prevent cigarette butts from ending up on our beaches, the cans that we've installed on our pier and around the parking areas and our parks, and then the fact that we are considering the EBS plastics ordinance. I was also nominated this year to chair the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance. So it looks like I'm going to be out shopping for an energy efficient car. Maybe I'll need to get your advice, Mayor Rollins, on what kind of car I should be buying. Let's see, I was voted vice chair for the for the Port Hueneme Water Agency this afternoon. I'll be participating in the homeless count tomorrow and the blood drive tomorrow, so it'll be a busy morning. And I do have something for the agenda, which I'll hold on to when we get to, until we get to that item. So that's all I have.
Okay. I'll just be brief on mine. Many of these things are repeated by all of you that were heavily involved in our community and the council. I too went to the Real Guppy opening event. What excited me most was all of the families and all the smiles of the kids and the families and the excitement. I also am kind of proud of the fact that we have a local Hueneme resident who grew up in this area that became successful and put all his energies into doing something that will benefit our community. And that Mr. Brannon. I attended the Gold Coast. We've been interviewing a lot of people. First it was the Ventura County Transportation Committee. Now we've just gone through the interviews for the executive director for the Gold Coast Transportation. We made our selection. I'm not going to mention that person's name yet because they're going to be doing negotiations to firm up their employment. But we have hired somebody, and I'm pretty excited about some of their views as far as they move forward and making it more viable. Some of the big discussions has been kind of connecting transportation with housing so that, you're able to, if you don't have a car, you're able to use public transportation in a viable way. So there's a lot of thought and processes going through that, and that's a good thing. The REACH meeting, we're going to have a REACH meeting next week to finalize some of the decisions that Councilperson Martinez brought up. And finally, the City Port meeting, it'll probably be presented, I'm assuming, in one of the upcoming council meetings as an agenda, but we in turn will have to approve the City Port Committee approved two more projects. It'll be brought back to the City Council for final approval. They are the monument and the mural. So those were approved by the combined City Port committee meeting. They will now be brought back to the City Council for our thoughts on it. And then if all goes well, it moves on. So that's about it on that. Request for future agenda items.
Mayor Rollins, I forgot to mention two things, if I may.
Sure.
I just wanted to mention that on March 5th, we're having a major cleanup effort of the Ormond Lagoon, the east side of the Ormond Lagoon. As we have done in the past, the city of Port Hueneme will be placing dumpsters out there, and we're going to be working with Coastal Keepers and numerous other volunteers. There's a lot of rain rubbish out there, and then we're going to go get it. And anybody wishing to participate, I would love it if you'd get involved, get your school groups together, get your volunteer hats on, and we got the pickers, we got the buckets, and we're going to have the dumpsters to make it easier. I just want to mention Shelley Lynn Telford. She was a wonderful lady. She was a member of the LGBT community. And she had her memorial service at Hueneme Beach this weekend, and she was very well known, and there was probably close to 160 people who showed up to remember her life. And her favorite song was Closer to the Heart by Rush. And there were some just wonderful people out there celebrating her life. And I was fortunate enough to get to talk and get to know her through that service. So she loved Hueneme Beach, and they came out to Hueneme Beach to celebrate her life. And I just wanted to mention that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Perez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a few agenda items. The first one, I'd like to request a staff report, a future staff report on further info on what a partnership would look like for the Family Justice Center with Oxnard. What we need to do in order to get that going.
I would second that. May we have a vote?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, and my second one would be, I would like to have an agenda item to discuss an ordinance prohibiting standing and walking on the center median due to safety concerns of the individuals and traffic is driving by.
I would second that. May we have a vote?
Member Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Mayor Rollins,
Yes. At least it's not Mayor Hernandez, so that's good.
Councilmember Gama,
Can I ask a question, or?
You want clarification of the agenda item? We can't discuss it per se, but you can have if you want a clarification.
Don't we already have ordinances for jaywalking and the like? Because, I
Not
mean,
jaywalking, it's standing on the center divider.
would it,
Loitering, standing, sitting. Just, no, there is no ordinance for that.
yes.
It's becoming a hazard. I almost hit someone
I have
when they,
no further discussion.
sorry.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask to be placed on the agenda excuse me, I got something in my throat. A library grant request. I'm going to ask the city to consider sponsoring a library grant that will enable our local library to obtain funding for some remodeling and some improvements and enhancements. However, they do require city sponsorship. So I'd like staff to look into that and come back to us on what's going to be involved and work with the library and coming and perhaps developing the application. The other item I had is I'd like to put the community benefit fund item on the agenda and give the council an opportunity to discuss our position. I had the opportunities to sit in on the last meeting, and I just really feel we need to come to some consensus, or at least make sure that our representatives there know the will of the council.
Okay, so why don't we handle your first request first? And that is about the library grant. We have a motion. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Before I vote yes, I would just like to make sure that we talk about painting the parking lot, because those two areas are a mess. So
It's on the
yeah,
list.
thank you. Well, I don't know the list, but yes.
Well, I'm telling you, because we can't discuss.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Mayor Rollins.
You did that twice. Bad.
He's front and center on my screen. He's the first box, and I'm sorry it's getting late. I don't have any other good excuse. I apologize. Mayor Rollins.
I mess up titles all the time, it appears, so that's okay. Yes.
My apologies, sir.
Okay, and now the second request, I think it's a little bit of reinforcement of what I had just mentioned, that we have it on it's going to come back to the city council to discuss the what the port and the city approved. Am I correct?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it gets on the agenda because you were speaking as a reporting on the meeting and I didn't hear a request.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So we have a first. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. May we have a vote?
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gama.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So if there's no more requests for agenda items, I am going to.
I'm sorry, Mayor
we have
Rollins.
one. Okay. I spoke too quickly.
I'd like to ask City Manager Rick Connors if there's going to be an update on the beach parking machines, because I still think that some of them aren't taking credit cards.
Okay, so there's a motion to put the parking machine status on the agenda. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
I thought he was just asking for an update, not.
Well, if he's gonna give us an update now, that'd be nice. If not, I'd like to have it agendized.
And Mayor Pro Tem, as far as I know, we have, unless occasionally they fail, we have functioning parking machines. So that would be news to me. But I will research and get back to council via email.
Okay, so we have a motion for an update on the parking lot machines. And do we have a second on that?
Didn't we already approve that couple, 3-4 meetings ago? I think
This last meeting.
What, do you have an update?
Mayor, if I may, just for clarification, I believe it's on 7 March, our next council meeting, we were having parking enforcement, street sweeping presentation for council. Parking machines were really involved with it. We do maintain those and fix them continuously. But if there's an issue with one of them, I'll do some research and get back to council directly.
So that will all be part of that report.
All right, then I'll recuse my motion.
Okay.
I thought we had a contract on the agendas.
Mayor, I have another future agenda item whenever staff is available. I'd like to request an update as to how we can get access, or our police officers to get access to beds at Mercy House. There was some staff investigation to find out what we need to do with Oxnard to get access to those.
Yeah, I would second that. Yes. Vote.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Councilmember Gama.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I don't know what that means, but I'll support you, Councilwoman Perez.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. It is with great pleasure that we will now recess the regular meeting of the City Council. It's now 10:18, and we will move into Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the closed session item into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Can we take a break, please?
Yeah, we have a break.
Okay, we
Just
can.
a brief one.
We should be. Can he record that and then we take a break and then we move into it? What's the order that I should follow?
You can suggest a recess for however long and reconvene at a time certain. So a recommendation could be, let's say, reconvene at 10:30. Or if you need more time, you can set any other time you'd like.
Okay, so,
My suggestion would be to go ahead and read the closed session items into the record before recessing to that recess.
okay. Okay, so I think I just read the, okay, so the closed session item, Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the closed session item for the record? And then afterward, we will vote on taking a break till 10:30.
Sounds good. We have one closed session agenda item tonight. It is public employee performance evaluation. The position identified as city manager, and that's brought forth pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, subdivision B1.
Okay. Okay, so is there a motion to take a break till 10:30?
15 minutes?
Well, that would be 10:35.
Okay.
Okay.
And we
Do you have a
need to-
motion to do that? Second by whom? Okay, all in favor, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. We
Aye.
will reconvene
Aye,
at
aye, aye.
10 we will reconvene at 10:35. Okay, so we have moved out of our closed session. City Attorney, were there any reportable actions?
Mayor Rollins, there was no reportable action taken tonight in closed session.
Okay, so at this point, I will adjourn this meeting.
Yay.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Night. Sweet
Good
dreams.
night.
Nice.